Alrighty, guys. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Jacob Melton, live here of West Michigan Weather. I am also joined by Jonah Drake. I will be getting his face cam here momentarily. We're just coming in because we now have a tornado warning that is in effect for Cass and St. Joseph counties. This tornado warning goes until 3:45 p.m. And give me just a second while I get Jonah in here. Um,
Miles northwest of Simonton Lake. This storm's moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So, Marcellus, you guys are next in line. Cassopolis around 320 and Marcellus around 340. Also, Vandalis, Moore Park, Bailey, LaGrange, Paradise Lake, Calvin Center, Juneau Lake, Donald Lake, Penn, and Diamond Lake. Okay, so this is a life-threatening situation. There is a likely tornado on the ground with this storm. We did have a debris signature there.
Actually, we still do.
And it's
We still
still
do.
there. It's
Yep.
still there. Pretty good couplet going there. So again, this is a likely tornado on the ground. If you're on M62 near Edwardsburg, near Kelvin Center, Eagles Point, or Cassopolis, you need to get off the road. You need to take cover into your room on the lowest floor of a basement.
Yep. So I do have the rotation here on velocity. That is a tight couplet there, just northeast of the Edwardsburg area, near the M62 and Monette Street, I think that is. Yep, Monette Pine Lake Street intersection there. That is where radar is showing the very strong rotation. And if we again go to the debris tracker, there's your debris signature right there. That's on the ground, folks. So again, if you are in this tornado warning, I know it's a radar indicated tornado warning, but we can see it right here. So I need you to treat this as it is on the ground and go take shelter right now. Where I want you to take shelter, if you got a basement or certified storm shelter, go there. But if you don't, it's okay. Your situation's not hopeless. That's where you go to a small interior room on the lowest floor, preferably in the center of your home or business if you can get there. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you are in mobile homes or in vehicles, I need you to get out of those right now. Go get to a substantial structure. I am actually going to go back to velocity, and I'm going to get a track on this shortly. So just getting the bearings on storm motion, looking like northeast. So let me get to storm track. We'll go probably like that. Okay, so I can move the map. All right, so it's going to be near the Vandalia area in the next 16 minutes. Potentially the Marcellus area in the next half hour. Three Rivers in 38 minutes, and Flowerfield, you are about 45 minutes away. Three Rivers, you are not necessarily in the morning, but just based on the loop of the direction the tornado's tracking right now, I just wanted to include you guys just in case. But Flowerfield, you are in the tornado warning. Marcellus, you are also in the tornado warning, and Vandalia. If you are in any of these areas or really anywhere in the tornado warning polygon, again, I need you to be taking shelter right now. Do not wait that 15 minutes or half hour to go take shelter, or 45 or around 45 minutes in the Flowerfield area. Don't wait. Now's really the time you should be moving towards shelter. Now, if you are a bit further away and you are in a mobile home or a vehicle, you do have a little bit of time to go find a substantial structure, whether that be a neighbor's house or if you're on the road, like a gas station, convenience store, or something like that. The point is, you need to be going to find a substantial structure. You don't need to be out on the road in this. So, Jonah, do you have anything you want to add?
Nope, I am trying to get the stream camera set up for later. It looks like that's all good. So we will have storm chasers in the field later this evening as we expect
Yep.
additional thunderstorms to move into the region.
Yep.
But yeah, still seeing that tornado debris signature. They're about to cross M62. It's probably over M62 right now as this storm continues to transition off to the northeast.
Yeah, so I will go ahead and explain what we mean by the tornado debris signature. So I am circling the area in question right now. We are on correlation coefficient. That's what's titled as debris tracker here. On our end, that is what we mean when we mean debris tracker. That's correlation coefficient. We're going to go to reflectivity. Notice how it's in the area of higher reflectivity values here in the reds and oranges. That's one of the things we look for. And then if we go over to velocity, you can see it matches up with where the green meets the red there. That's your velocity couplet. I will say it's not quite as intense as it was on previous scans, but that still does not mean it's not on the ground. So if you are near...
Jacob, your face cam is not visible. I don't know if you know that or not. Sorry.
Yep.
Didn't mean to interrupt you there.
Yep, there we go. Now I am visible. So
Cool.
Yep. So sorry, just trying to get on here quickly, guys. We, forget some things, but there you go. So
and it looks like the good news, the latest velocity scan looks a little bit broader, a little bit weaker. It's not as defined. It's definitely still there. It's definitely still got a velocity couplet, but it's a lot less pronounced. Storm could be cycling.
Yep. And that's
just
going to
right
be
in that warm front.
Yep, and that's going to be the nature of these storms today. This is not the setup where we're looking at wrong track tornadoes. Nothing. We're not looking at long track violent tornadoes or anything like that. This is not the setup for that. It's just when these storms get along the warm front, they can get to the additional shear that's associated with that low-level shear, and it can kind of spin these things up sometimes, and that is what has happened with this storm. So we're going to go back to reflectivity. That's still looking... I still do think we have the debris signature, but I will say it's looking a little bit, maybe a touch more noisy in my opinion.
Yeah.
Looking at it, so it's possible if this thing is cycling, it may temporarily lift. But
still got a good hook on it.
Yep, still got our hook on it if we go back to reflectivity, and
might be getting another little cell merger there as that rain cell comes up towards Edwardsburg there.
Yeah, that's one of the things we watch for too, is these cell mergers. That can also help these things spin up as well. So we'll have to see what this cell does as it merges in on the back end of it near the Edwardsburg area. We'll have to see what that does as that merges into this cell here shortly.
Yeah.
So if you are near right now the Brownsville, Calvin Center area, if you are not in shelter already, you need to be. Eagle Point, the Cassopolis area, Spring Beach, Vandalia, over towards the Penn area. If you are near what is the Crane Pond State Game area, you need to be in shelter right now as well. Wakely, Marcellus, Howardsville, and the Flower Field area eventually as well. Again, if you are in these areas I am highlighting, if you are not in shelter already, you need to be right now. And yeah, that's quite the hook there of that storm. So
yeah, still got a really good reflectivity presentation. The tornado debris signature and really even the TVS has kind of disappeared, but again, this could just be cycling or occluding to the north, and we got to watch for that cell merger. It's ramping back up again. Looking at velocity.
Yeah, so it looks like what it could have happened here is it may not have even lifted all the way either. That's quite possible too. Just because even when it was leaker, it was still tight, and so it might not have even. I don't know for sure if it didn't lift or not. That's going to be up to the Weather Service's survey after the fact here. But just saying that's a possibility that has happened from time to time as well. But yes, it has tightened up once again here near the Brownsville and Calvin Center area. I'll zoom in. So if you're near the Christiana Creek area, Mount Zion Street, I'm having to zoom in quite tight to get that. But if you're near Mount Zion Street area, if you are near the Paradise Lake area as well, you need to be in shelter right now because this is a likely tornado on the ground. As we go back, go check the debris tracker again. Yep, that's still, we still got some debris there. It's not, it's a little bit noisy. Okay, latest scans coming in. Let me see what that looks like. Yeah, so at this point, I still want you guys to treat this as this is on the ground, just based on everything we're seeing here of the velocity signatures, the correlation coefficient, and this reflectivity presentation. That's telling me this is probably on the ground, so continue to be in your tornado precaution areas near the Calvin City, Brownsville areas, and eventually towards the I will say, if you are in Marcellus, I still want you in shelter as the course of least regret, but it is possible the strongest part of this storm may stay to your south. However, that is not an all clear by any means. Still be in shelter, as these things can deviate from time to time, and that would bring it more towards up your direction. If you are near the Penn and Vandalia area, you are likely seeing some very, very heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, and maybe even some hail. In fact, I'll throw up the hail tracker real quick.
I definitely think could be some gusty winds of about 30 to 45, maybe 50 miles an hour, aside from a tornado threat too. So
yeah, definitely. So I will say, maybe a signal of, it's kind of a borderline, but maybe some hail quite possible there as well. Looking at this signal on our hail tracker, especially here as it gets into the oranges and wet reds, it's kind of, so definitely some hail there. And in fact, it is warned for up to quarter size hail as well with this tornado warning as well. So
yeah,
definitely maybe a hail signal there as well. In fact, yeah, maybe a little bit. Nothing. Oops, let me switch the header back. There we go. Anyways, that's our debris tracker. Zoom near Calvin Center. If it's on the ground, I'm thinking it's right there near the Calvin Center and Brownsville areas. If it is still on the ground, again, we're doing some behind the scenes interpretation of this. Again, we're going to circle what could be the tornado debris signature. We'll match it up with reflectivity. It is in the higher area of reflectivity. It looks like we'll go to velocity. And again, it's not looking, not saying it's not on the ground, but again, it looks like it could be ramping back down a little bit again.
yeah, velocity is a little bit weaker again.
Yeah, that's the nature of these storms. They'll ramp up, ramp down, ramp up again from time to time. That's the nature of these storms today. And
that salt merger is happening right now too, so that could be part of it.
Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, that shower storm we were talking about near Edwardsburg, that's merging into this as we speak. So, we'll have to continue to watch what that does. So, we're going to go for a minute, just for a quick moment, and do a general look at the radar area wide. If you are north of this tornado warning, there's nothing of significance going on right now, just some general rain showers, maybe some rumbles of thunder. I know earlier we had a bit of a stronger storm along the 127 corridor here, mainly north of Lansing. Between Lansing and Ithaca, we did have a stronger storm earlier that could have produced maybe some gusty winds and small hail, but that has since pushed off to the east. It is now heading towards the Thumb region, what's left of that. Otherwise, we just have some general shower activity. If you are north of the I-94 corridor, it's nothing of significance right now. And we think if there is going, at least in the short term, if there's going to be any severe weather activity, it's probably going to be I-94 and points south at this point. just
They're
with where.
continuing the. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. They were continuing the tornado warning. They did trim off just a little bit of it, uh, just a little bit of that southern and southeastern extent of that warning. A little bit more of a northerly component on the motion now as well.
Yeah, I will say that. So if you are in, let me loop it one more time. If you are in the Edwardsburg area, I can now give you the all clear from this storm, as you are now outside of the tornado warning. So if you are in shelter there in the Edwardsburg area, you can now come out of your shelters. You are in the all clear from this storm, although it is possible you might have more storm activity later on. So still remain weather aware, as we are expecting additional storm activity to be possible later as we head into the evening, later afternoon, and especially into the evening hours. But at this point, we're still tracking what is a rotating storm and possible tornado near the Calvin Center area, not Calvin City, Calvin Center area, over towards Williamsville. Williamsville, you are just outside the polygon. Let me pull up the warning text. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Cassopolis, or 12 miles east of the Wajiak, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado and quarter-size hail. Dangerous storm will be located near Marcellus around 3:40 p.m. In fact, we can go ahead and do another storm track real quickly. Still an impressive look looking at the reflectivity presentation. So this thing's still rotating nonetheless. Even whether a tornado is or is not on the ground, it's still rotating. So we still need you guys to take this storm seriously. Pop up another storm track. Oops, hold on. Let me fix that. There we go. There, now I can actually move the map. There we go. Marcellus is not wanting to pop up on there, but again, it should be there, according to the warning text, around 3:40, so in the next 10 minutes, according to the warning text. But Flowerfield, you're also about, at least according to the track here, about a half hour away, but do not wait, be in shelter right now if you're in Flowerfield area. I will also point out, if you are near the M40 and Dutch Settlement Street intersection, you need to be in shelter right now. M40 and Hoffman Road, you need to be in shelter right now.
The latest velocity scan looks a lot better, way broad. There's also a new mesoscale discussion in effect for our area as well.
Yep. So, just look behind the scenes what discussion's about. Yep, I got it. Just saying, couple strong to severe storms are possible for the afternoon. Well, there's our strong to severe storm right there. So, but isolated thunderstorm has been gradually intensifying along the warm front in far southwestern lower Michigan this afternoon, with additional deepening cumulus extending west-southwestward across northern Indiana and the northeastern Illinois. So basically what they're saying is these storms that are lighting along the warm front could produce locally damaging winds, and perhaps a tornado risk will accompany the strongest storms. So, and that's pretty much what we've been seeing here. But yeah, looking at velocity, I think, yeah, that's looking a lot more broad at this point. So hopefully we can get that to remain the case. And it is possible, if these storms get detached from the warm front, continue to lift north, once they get north of the warm front, the environment's not really as favorable for the type of severe weather that we've seen right now, that we've seen with this storm. Conditions are not as favorable the further north you go. So we'll have to keep an eye on the storm what it does over the short term as well. Jonah, did you have anything you wanted to add real quick?
No, I think that covers it pretty well. Again, that tornado threat for the ongoing tornado warning north of Williamsville and east of Cassopolis is becoming less concerning at this point. Still a tornado warning in effect, so continue to remain sheltered. But overall, less concerning at this point. new guidance from the Storm Prediction Center says a watch is possible. So again, there are additional thunderstorms possible, especially along I-94 later this evening, closer to probably 6 or 7 o'clock, which could pose an additional risk for some damaging winds, large hail, and perhaps a tornado or two.
Yep, absolutely. And all right. Sarah on Facebook is apparently saying lots of trees down and home damage on M62 between Cass and Edwardsburg.
Sarah, if you've got pictures of that, you can safely do so. We'd shoot those our way. You can throw them in chat here, or you can send them to us in a direct message on Facebook. You can leave them in a comment on any of our posts, whatever is easiest for you, and you can safely do so. We'd love to get some pictures of that.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Looking at what was going on with the radar back in that area, I would not doubt that. So, because I think that's where it really touched down, was back in that area.
Yeah.
So let me actually get it prepped. I can actually show what was going on with the storm a little bit. What prompted this. So, all right. So, what started as a storm back in northwestern Indiana. You see how it was evolving into a supercell structure. As it crossed the state line, you can see where it kind of merged. With this cell near the New Carlisle area, it merged, and that's what really allowed it to start spinning. And then once it got towards Edwardsburg, you could see how it was starting to evolve. You could see what we call a bounded weak echo region near the Edwardsburg area. That is generally a sign of an intense storm. Sarah, by the way, in chat says I didn't take any. I was driving. Okay, we totally get that. Again, that's why we said if you can do so safely. So, we'll go stop right there. You can go to debris tracker. Okay, maybe it looks like it restarted. Give me just a second while I bring it back to. Yep, it was at that point. That is at 311. That is really where it looks like we had a tornado debris signature appear north of Edwardsburg. And it tracked to the northeast. And good news is right now I do not think we have, if we go back to the live mode, we do not have an active signal of a tornado on the ground, I don't think. Well, maybe. No. Yeah. I don't see too much of a signal of an active tornado on the ground at this point, looking at radar data. But
that's really broad.
Yeah. That does not mean one cannot spin up again in short order. So continue to remain in shelter if you are in the tornado warning. That is going for the next 7 minutes. So we'll have to see what the Weather Service in northern Indiana actually does here shortly with this storm. So, because it's possible they extend. Well, actually, it looks like maybe. Okay.
Yep, new warning.
Yep, that answers that question. We have a new tornado warning that is now in effect. Again, this is again for Cass and St. Joseph counties, just different portions of it now. It's for eastern Cass, and then into the northwestern and central portions of St. Joseph County. So that is a new tornado warning coming down the wire now. That goes until 4:15. There's a new tornado warning for east central Cass and northwestern St. Joseph counties until 4:15 p.m. this evening. At 3:37, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles south of Marcellus or 9 miles west of Three Rivers, moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. Hazard, again, is tornado and quarter-size hail. Sources radar indicated. Sources radar indicated. And again, this dangerous storm will be near Three Rivers around around 3:45 p.m. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Jones, Nottawa, Moore Park, the Corey Lake area, Paradise Lake, Clear Lake, Fishers Lake, Shavehead Lake, and Wasepi area. I apologize that I mispronounced that. But if you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in shelter right now. If you're near the Fabius area, again, Three Rivers, the Centerville area, over towards Nottawa as well. You're on the edge of the polygon, but you are inside it, so as a course of least regret, you should be in shelter. The Parkville area as well as Moore Park and Pine Ridge.
Yeah. So again, for Three Rivers, this is a new warning for you guys. You guys were not in this previous warning. So 131 between Flowerfield and Constantine, really. You guys are now under a tornado warning. This includes Centralville. So those are some big population centers. So I just wanted to throw that out there again. Three Rivers and Centralville, you guys are now under a tornado warning.
Yeah. And I just wanted to pass along. They are letting the northern warning expire. That's northern tornado warning. That is being allowed to expire. Just a quick note with that as well. So, but we're looking at velocity here. We have the rotation. They're near west of the Fabius area, or the Fabius area. Apologize again if I mispronounced it. But that's going to be tracking in the general direction of the Three Rivers area. So if you're in the Three Rivers area, now's the time. Go take shelter. Again, basement if you got one. If not, small interior room on the lowest floor, away from windows. Preferably, the more central you can get in your location, the better. And again, no mobile homes and no vehicles. If you are in any of those, you need to go find a more substantial structure. So let me just take a look. Still not seeing a defend. Well, maybe a couple pixels.
I think that might be on the ground again.
Yeah, possibly southwest of Corey there. Maybe again, it's
kind of messy.
Yeah, but
right in line with the radar beam right now. That's the problem.
Yeah, we'll circle it just to kind of make sure. So if that's what we're looking at. We'll go to reflectivity. It is in a higher reflectivity, and I'll check velocity. Yeah, that could that could be something on the ground there. You're right. So again, it's kind of not the strongest signal out there, but it just matches up with the reflectivity and the velocity signal. So that is likely a tornado again on the ground near the Corey area. So
really pronounced hook echo again.
Yeah. Again, that's the thing of the storm. It's just going to keep cycling as long as it's on that warm front. So, all right, let's do another storm track of it. We'll get the storm track back up. We'll do a storm track. All right. Oh, come on now. There we go. Try that again. There we go. Now I can actually move the map. The Fabius area in the next 5 minutes, but you should be in shelter right now. Three Rivers area in the next 13 minutes or so. But again, you should be in shelter right now. If you are in the Three Rivers Municipal Airport, I think that's what that is. Yep, doesn't really say for sure, but yep. So if you're near Moore Park as well, in the next 17 minutes, you need to be in shelter. The Parkville area eventually in the next 23 minutes as well. But if you are in any of these areas I am highlighting here, you need to be in shelter right now. Yeah, that hook's getting a little more pronounced again.
Yeah,
as well.
it's really coming around again. Maybe another little bit of a B word there starting as well.
Yeah, that's velocity couplet. That's what we're worried about. And we'll go to the debris tracker again.
It's messy.
Yeah, it's definitely because if you're faking this is your TDS right here, no, it's not, because if we go to reflectivity, it's in the clear air up there. So So we'll just assume it's on the ground at this point. That's the course of least regret. So the Fabius area, it's right on your doorstep if it is on the ground. Be in shelter right now. Free Rivers, it's going to be right on your doorstep over the next few minutes as well. So be in shelter right now. Centerville, as the course of least regret, because this thing can deviate, be in shelter. But yeah, definitely be in shelter in Centerville as well as Nottawa, over towards Parkville, Moore Park, and Pine Ridge. Also be in shelter. So, yep, new scan coming around. It's having it pretty much right over the Fabius area, if it is on the ground. Let's check. Yeah, it's noisy, but it's somewhat in the higher reflectivity, so that's probably on the ground there.
Yeah.
Right over the Fabius area, if it is.
Like to get a new correlation coefficient scan here.
Yeah. The problem is it's quite noisy, so.
Yeah, there we go. There's a new scan. Yeah, it's hard to say. We're right in line with that radar beam right now.
Yeah.
It's hard to say.
Yeah, but as a course of least regret, I would treat it as it is on the ground.
Yeah. At the very least, it's a really strong hook echo, pretty decent velocity signature.
Yeah. It's definitely rotating, we can say that much. So
yeah.
Whether it's on the ground or not, kind of hard to say right this second, but
yeah, if you're in downtown Three Rivers, you need to get in a basement right now. If this thing's on the ground, you might not be able to see it.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is gonna come real close to downtown Three Rivers.
Yeah. Yeah, it's right on track for downtown Three Rivers, so you need to be in tornado shelters. If you have not already, you need to get there right now. We don't say these words to scare you. This is just the reality of the situation right now. So, but again, we have a possible tornado on the ground that is on track for Three Rivers, if it is indeed on the ground. So, let's go. Yeah, it's hard to say for sure right now, but looking at some sources behind the scenes real quickly. Yeah,
the velocity scan is still pretty messy, but it's definitely rotating. That hook's coming around. It's a full fish hook now.
Yeah. So
and there might be a little bit of a CC drop there now.
Yeah.
Associated with that hook echo.
Yeah, we're gonna highlight it again. So that's the area we're looking at. Let's go to reflectivity. Yep, it's right there in the higher reflectivity. Let's go to velocity. Yeah, it's right. The couplet, yeah, it's kind of right there, I think, with the couplet there. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. So, yeah, that's.
This is going to be on the ground, and again, this is going right for Three Rivers. Yeah, especially northwestern Three Rivers, especially. You need to be in a shelter right now. You're on US 131 Business, US 131. If you're at Walmart on the northwest side of Three Rivers there, Portage Avenue, East Hoffman Street, you guys need to be in a safe place right now. So we're talking about North Douglas Avenue, Peeler Street, Seventh-day Adventist Church. If you're at the Wendy's, if you're at the Shell gas station.
Yeah. If you're near any of the locations we are naming right now, or if you're in Three Rivers in general, is the safest bet. I need you in shelter right now. This is a likely tornado on the ground, and it's on track, especially for the northwestern side of Three Rivers. But if you are in Three Rivers, anywhere in Three Rivers, I need you in shelter right now. They are updating the tornado warning.
No, still radar indicated. They just trimmed off the St. Joseph County portion.
Yep, if you were in, that would be Cass County actually, but Cass County. If you're in
I'm sorry. Yes, thank you.
yep, East Central Cass County, the tornado warning has been dropped. You can come out of your shelters if you're in like the Vandalia area, the Jones community there. You can come out of your
Oh boy,
shelters now. What you got?
pretty good TVS, pretty good TVS going now.
Oh yeah, that's very tight.
Yeah,
that is not what we want to see, folks. So
that's not good. We got gate to gate shear over 130 miles an hour.
yep,
And this is now closer to directly impacting downtown Three Rivers. Again, if you're in downtown Three Rivers at Walmart, if you're at Applebee's on Millard Street, US 131, US 131 Business, Peeler, Millard, Douglas Avenue, if you're near Schmidt, I'm sorry, Selmore Park, Skidmore Park, excuse me.
yep,
If you're at Sunco, Memory Isle Park, Moore Street, you guys need to be in a safe place right now. You have minutes, and this tornado is likely on the ground. And it's got a debris ball on reflectivity now.
yep. There it is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this tornado's on the ground. It's coming into a populated area and it's picking up debris. This is a tornado on the ground.
yeah. Yeah, it's right. It's headed right into town, folks. So if you are on 131 near Free Rivers, you need to get off right now. Go find shelter because it's heading right there for 131 and Business 131. If you are in Free Rivers, downtown Free Rivers proper, you need to get to shelter right now because that's heading right there. So. Oh, that's not good. So
This is not good. Need to go confirmed on this.
yeah, yeah. I know it's a radar indicated tornado warning, but we're looking at it right on here on radar. So treat this as it is on the ground, folks. All right. So okay.
Oh man.
Yeah, this is not a good situation. So yep. If you are Yeah, if you're right near the Meijer there, the Applebee's, the Aldi, that's the Walmart, it's right in that area right now, and it's on track. Um, yeah, it's on track for downtown, or maybe the north. If not downtown, definitely the northwest side, but it's been trending towards downtown the last few scans. So, yep, it's in southwest side right now. So,
Yeah, it's gonna go right over the Three Rivers label.
yeah. That I think that's PDS. That's a
Yep,
PDS tornado.
PDS. All right, so this is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning. There's a tornado on the ground moving into a populated area.
Yep, it's moving. PDS tornado warning now in effect. This is a particularly dangerous situation for the Three Rivers area. We have a large and extremely dangerous tornado is located over Three Rivers, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Again, this is a large, extremely dangerous tornado moving into Three Rivers as I speak to you here. If you aren't, it's right over near the Super 8, area, heading right into downtown as we speak. It's just past the US 131 corridor. It's right by there. And it's heading towards, if you're near the Three Rivers High School area, over towards the Three Rivers Municipal Airport area, you need to be in shelter right now if you are not already. You should have been several minutes ago when this warning was issued, but if you are not yet, you need to be right now. If you are in Centerville, I would again be in shelter as the course of least regret, but I do think it's going to pass to the north of Centerville at this point, but as a course of least regret, I need you in shelter. But right now, we got an active tornado on the ground, possibly a strong tornado, heading right into downtown Three Rivers. Let's go to velocity. Oh boy, that's not what I like
Oh
to see.
man, that's not good.
Let's go to debris.
Oh boy.
Oh man. it's right over downtown right now. So
Yeah, if you guys are east or north of Three Rivers, you also need to be in shelter right now. This storm is moving pretty quick.
yeah, it was moving 40 miles per hour. We'll get another storm track going right now. Let me go get it. All right, so there's our tornado right there in Three Rivers, moving to the northeast at around 40 miles per hour. Let me move the map. So if you are near the Parkville area in the next 10 minutes, but you need to be in shelter right now, Mendon, you are not in a tornado warning yet, but this is a heads up. This storm has had a history of cycling, so it's still possible as you'll be rotating as it heads towards the Mendon area. So this is an early heads up right now, especially if you live in a mobile home or something like that. You might want to consider heading towards a more substantial structure in that if you are near the Mendon area. Just with the way this thing's looking, I wouldn't wait for the tornado warning. So, all right, let's go back to reflectivity. Yeah, this is not a good situation, folks, because it's right there in town as I'm speaking to you here. It's likely going towards the airport area right now, the municipal airport, near the Three Rivers High School, the Riverside Cemetery area. We've got, yeah, if you're near the Three Rivers Middle High School, that's what it just went over as this new radar scan comes in right now. It's right there near the airport, so yeah, we still got a debris signature. We still got
Yeah.
your velocity signature. That's still on the ground, folks. So,
Yeah, this
um,
is going to be on the north east side of Three Rivers now,
yeah,
heading right towards the Three Rivers Municipal Airport, moving up along M60 there,
yeah, right up along
right along the
M6.
St. Joseph River.
Yeah. So this is unfortunately this was unfortunately a possibility today, folks. Um, so again, we need you to take this thing seriously. Free Rivers still remain in shelter, even though, and we'll have to see what reports come out of there eventually as well. But the way that tracked, I don't know if it's going to be good. So,
I'm not seeing any power outages coming out of St. Joseph County yet, which is good.
let me check the situation there. Take over there is going to be 8 AEP for the record. So, just looking at something behind the scenes, folks. But the storm's right over the airport area right now. Um, this is an active tornado on the ground. You need to be in shelter right now if you are ahead of this thing. If you are along M60 over towards the Parkville area,
It's right over the airport. The tornado debris signature is right over the Three Rivers Municipal Airport right now. This is likely a strong tornado. We've got gate to gate over 115, almost 120 miles an hour.
yeah, I don't have anything popping up on the AEP map yet. Or did, well, we'll see what's going on with that. Yep, the Indiana Michigan power map, but yeah, this is on the ground, folks. We can tell you it's right over the airport, um, and that's heading towards If you're near the M60 and Schweitzer Road intersection, I think that is. Yep, M60 and Fisher Lake Road, you need to be in shelter right now. M60 and Heimbach Road, I believe that is. Frank Jones Road, you need to be in shelter right now if you're not already, because that's quite possibly probably a strong tornado on the ground. Just look at the velocity signature. We've got the debris and the leaf activity presentation. So Parkville definitely remain in shelter, but I am thinking it might pass to your south in Parkville on its current trajectory, looking at the radar loop. But you're probably seeing some hail up there in the Parkville area right now. Just look at the reflectivity presentation.
A little bit of good news. This latest velocity scan is a little bit broader, a little bit messier. And that reflectivity signature has gotten a bit messy as well.
Yeah, so hopefully a good sign that this thing's on the weakening trend, but I would still treat it as it's on the ground.
And if you're north of M60, like in Parkville, if you're north of Mendon, you guys are probably getting some very heavy rain, if not some large hail. We've got reflectivity values getting up there towards 70 dBz. And our hail tracker is looking pretty good on that.
Oh, yeah. That's probably some large hail ongoing as well, in addition to the tornado threat. So
we don't have a severe thunderstorm warning, and that hail is going to be starting to get into that area outside of the tornado warning. So if you're east of Parkville especially, there's probably some large hail heading your way.
Yeah, so got a new scan, reflectivity scan coming in. Let me look at that. So double check if that's still in the higher reflectivity, and
velocity is really broad now.
Yeah, it's starting to broaden out, and it does look like the debris signature is kind of broadening out too. So
yeah,
if I look at it again,
so our tornado may be lifting here, but Mendon and Parkville continue to remain on alert.
Yep, Centerville, it is passing to your north, but if you are north of Centerville and have a Centerville address, be in shelter right now. Centerville, it looks like it's going near north. Centerville proper, but I would, as a course of least regret, still kind of be in shelter over the next several minutes. Anyone thinking it might date down or possibly hit Kalamazoo? Jessica's asking on Facebook. This is south of Kalamazoo at this point. And if I look behind the scenes, Kalamazoo, you're unlikely to see major severe weather from this storm. I wouldn't rule out something later on, but right now observations up there is 59 with a 58 dew point. You are likely north of the warm front. It might be close by, but you're north of it, so that reduces the severe weather threat at this time. But do remain weather aware as we head later into the evening hours. Later this afternoon and evening, the storms are still possible, especially along and south of I-94. So right now we're not concerned about this storm in Kalamazoo, but be aware the potential is still there for strong to severe thunderstorms as we head towards the evening hours. It looks like they
are PDS tornado warning.
Yep, they are continuing a new PDS tornado warning that is going to include northeastern portions of St. Joseph County in the far northwestern corner of Branch County near northwest of the Sherwood area. That is a new PDS tornado warning that goes until 4:30 p.m. I'm going to pull up the text on this. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near Centerville, that is north of the Centerville area, or near Three Rivers, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. We do have reports of damage in Three Rivers, so this is per the warning text. So Particularly dangerous situation, source emergency management confirm, which we've been tracking it with you on radar here as well. It does say this tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas in northeastern St. Joseph and northwestern Branch counties, including but it does include the following locations of Mendon, Leonidas, Fishers Lake, and Sherwood. If you are near any of the locations I just called out, you need to be heading to your tornado shelters right now. To repeat, a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. To protect your life, take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. So this is the areas we're talking about in this tornado warning, this PDS tornado warning. We're going to take a look at velocity now, and I will say still treat this as on the ground, but it's still looking quite noisy to me, which is, we don't see, I mean, maybe they're north of Centerville, but I don't see the tight couplet we were seeing earlier, so hopefully.
Yeah, it looks a lot better.
Yeah, the debris signature, I mean, it's kind of there, but it's also very broad. Typically, if we see a tornado on the ground, we'd want that to be a little bit tighter as well, a little more defined. It's not really, I mean, it's there, but it's not super, super defined like we would normally see. So I would still treat this as a tornado on the ground. Don't get me wrong. Don't assume we don't have a tornado on the ground and we are treating it with warnings as it's on the ground. So if you are in Mendon, continue to be in shelter. We communicated this as a heads up beforehand that you might get a tornado warning, and there it is. And in addition to the tornado threat, they're still going quarter-size hail, but I'm thinking north of Mendon especially, probably some large hail with this reflectivity presentation.
Yeah, I could easily see some $half size hail, if not some ping pong ball size hail coming out of that at the least.
Yeah, we'll go to our hail tracker actually real quick too again. Just a second. Yeah, unfortunately the hail tracker scan's a little bit delayed from the reflectivity scans, but still, it's showing quite the large hail signal there near the Mendon area. So let's go back on over to reflectivity, and we'll do another storm track here in just a second. But if you're in the Mendon, the Leonidas area, you need to be in shelter right now. Sherwood, especially north of Sherwood proper, I would be in shelter as well. Just so the
Might be tightening back up there, just southwest of Mendon.
yeah, possibly. So
Maybe a little bit. It's still really messy, but
yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on this. But yeah, that's the thing with these storms. It's cycling down, then it's cycling right back up. It's gonna do that as long as it's along the warm front. So if you are in the Mendon and Leonidas area especially, you need to be in shelter right now. Parkville, I would remain in shelter for the next little bit, especially because of lightning in the area. But the worst part of this storm is probably tracking outside of your area now. Given you're still in the tornado warning, and especially with lightning still in the area, I would, as a course of least regret, stay sheltered at least for the next few minutes. Let the storm get out of here, and then you can go on of your day, at least for this storm. But yeah, new reflectivity scan coming in. You still have the hook there. I will say this, I don't see a definitive signal right now with the tornado debris, which is, well, yeah, nothing, maybe this back here, but that's not too definitive. Let's see and that doesn't match with the velocity, but yeah, I see what you're talking about. It might be trying to tighten back up near Mendon there. Might be, so, well, it's in the clear air too, so. again, just treat this as it's on the ground at this point. That's, of course, the least regret. Jonah, do you have anything you want to add?
No, I'm just
Real
getting
quick.
some pictures coming in on Twitter here. Trying to confirm them before we share them, but this is if these are real, we've got a pretty strong tornado that went through Three Rivers.
Yeah, which would make sense with the radar signatures. Again, we're trying to confirm this information. There's some steps we have to take before we can show it here on air, but it sounds like we do have reports of damage confirmed in Three Rivers. That much I can say. So, okay. So, let's go back to. So, if you are just joining us, guys, or those of you just joining us, this is Jacob Melton, along with Jonah Drake here live with West Michigan weather. We are tracking a dangerous thunderstorm that has a history of producing a tornado recently in the Three Rivers area. It is still possibly producing a tornado as it heads towards the Mendon and Leonidas areas. I will also pass along, we have a new considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning for the southeastern portion of Kalamazoo County. This is primarily for hail potential, although they have the tornado possible tag on it as well. This is for potential of golf ball size hail.
Yeah, which would make sense based on that reflectivity we've been seeing.
Yeah.
It's going to be for the extreme southern portion of that warning, though. I think that warning's a little bit big, but
so especially near and south of the Fulton and Gardner's Corners area.
Yeah.
That's pretty much where we're focusing there in Kalamazoo County. So mainly rural areas, but but just be aware that there is a severe thunderstorm warning, mainly for the far southeastern corner of Kalamazoo County, mainly for large hail potential up to golf ball size. So,
yeah. If you can take a look at velocity again when you get a second, Jacob, on that Mendon cell.
Yep. I will say it's a bit noisy over here.
Yeah,
but
it's definitely noisy, but something to keep an eye on, I think.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely see what that does over the next several minutes. I will say this, I'm not really seeing a definitive tornado debris signature anymore, I don't think.
No.
So
no, not at all.
That is good news. Let's hope that remains the case. So
yeah, but Mendon and Leonidas, you guys continue to remain in shelter.
Yeah, and also especially north of Sherwood proper, mainly extreme northwestern corner of Branch County, also remain in shelter.
Yeah, so Arnie Road, that's Ralston Road, Athens Road, south of M60 there, right along M60 there, far north, northwest Branch County.
I'm also going to go ahead and give southwestern Calhoun County a heads up. I would not be surprised to see at least a severe thunderstorm warning come out there as well, as that's where this hail core producing up to golf ball size hail, that's where it's heading next. So the Athens area, the Burlington area, maybe towards Tekonsha as well. Eventually, especially the south of Marshall as well. The way this is tracking, so we'll say southern Calhoun County, be alert at least for the potential of large hail with this storm as well, if not a potential tornadic threat as well for southern Calhoun County and northern Branch counties, excluding the northwestern portions of Branch County already in the tornado warning. Looking at reflectivity, still got the hook. Doesn't really have that defined debris look we saw earlier, so that's...
I'm going to throw a couple of reports out here, Jacob, if I can.
Go ahead.
Westville, LaPorte County, Indiana, so this is right on the border, golf ball size hail. And then we also have southwest of Three Rivers, 1 mile southwest of Three Rivers, per emergency management and storm chasers. Significant tornado damage on the southwest side of Three Rivers. Storm chasers and emergency management confirm multiple tornado touchdowns prior to the damage occurring.
Yep. So that southwest side of Three Rivers, that's going to be, again, that was towards the Walmart basically the industrial area there, Three Rivers, the commercial area, I should say. But yep. Looking at the radar scan, take a look. We do still have that velocity signal, which it's noisy, but it's definitely there. East of Mendon now, heading towards the Leonidas area. So if you're in Leonidas, I need you. If you're not already in shelter, you need to be there right now. It's clear air, so that's not debris. I don't think that's clear air. So we don't have an active tornado on the. I won't say for sure we don't have an active tornado on the ground, but the radar indications are suggesting more towards against it. But that does not mean we don't have something on the ground. So treat this as it is on the ground and be in shelter. But if you're north of Leonidas especially, that's where you're getting into the large hail, potentially up to golf ball size. And that's going to be heading towards Athens here over the next several minutes. So I'm expecting some sort of warning to probably to be coming out for that area here shortly. I'm thinking. So, all right. So, you are in the Mendon area. The rotation is to your east, but you're still in the heavy rainfall and frequent lightning at the very least. Maybe seeing a little bit of a hail core. Just to know, they have let the previous PDS tornado warning that has dropped off. So, Three Rivers. Now, do not, if you're in the Three Rivers area, we don't need anybody going gawking looking at the damage right now. We do not need that. We need to let the emergency responders go respond. They need to respond. Let them do their thing. We do not need people going to look at any damage in the area right now. But if you're in the Leonidas area especially, you need to be in shelter if you have not already. Not seeing. If we go silent, guys, we're still here. We're just looking at stuff behind the scenes, so. All right, I do have outages as well on the Indiana, Michigan map as well. So
let me take a look at that. I'm not seeing them on power outage, you guys.
It's going to be on the Indiana, Michigan power outage map. So
okay, I will take a look here.
Yeah, it's looking like most of Three Rivers. Yep. So
yeah, alrighty.
That would confirm the reports we've received from the area of damage. That would confirm that. And it looks like it. We'll say it may be trying to wrap up again a little bit near Leonidas as well. At least looking at reflectivity. So
yeah,
it's starting to wrap up again. So if you're in the Leonidas area again, if you should have been in shelter a while ago, but if you're not yet, you need to be. And then also the north side of Sherwood, and then areas north and northwest of Sherwood in extreme northwestern Branch County, you also need to be in shelter. And this will also be a early heads up for the Union City area as well. I would not be surprised to eventually see a tornado warning out in that area as well, just because the cyclic nature of this storm. And so if you're in the Union City area, I would prepare for the possibility of needing to go to shelter here shortly as well. So this is an early heads up. If you're in the Athens area, you're seeing this storm pick up, and you'll be likely getting into the hail here shortly, if not already. So let's take a look at. Okay, they did just drop the tornado warning the radar indicated, so they have dropped the PDS wording from this storm, which is good news, but There is some radar signals that it may have been trying to tighten back up a little bit. So definitely remain in shelter in the Leonidas and near the Shorewood areas. But they have dropped the PDS wording from the warning. The PDS wording, which is good news. So, but we still have an active tornado warning radar indicated for northeastern St. Joseph and the extreme northwestern portions of Branch County. That goes for the next. Those go for the next few minutes until.
10 minutes here.
Yep. Yeah.
And that hail core is weakening too, honestly.
Yep.
The reflectivity, so this might be dying out here.
I will say, as it continues east, it's going to be getting out of the better.
Yeah.
Better instability, because I got 64 at Coldwater, 60 at Marshall,
53 at Jackson.
Yep,
it's
55
gonna
at
be losing
Hillsdale.
the instability.
Yep, so it's gonna be outrunning the instability. So with time, I do think the fret's gonna go down, at least a tornadic fret, and eventually the storm will start to weaken, which we might be already starting to see. However, we still have an active tornado warning, and say this. Let me go look at it from the other radar. Let's look at another source behind the scenes. And I still don't see an active signal of anything on the ground right now, which is good news as well. So if you are in the Mendon area, okay, I say that, and it looks like it's trying to hook back up again. Maybe, so.
Someone on YouTube is asking about Wayne County in southeast Michigan. That's outside of our coverage area. We will, and I know you know that because you said that. We'll definitely, once these warnings drop off, we'll try to give a little bit of an update on Wayne County for you. But especially while we have an ongoing tornado warning, we want to stay focused on that for a few.
Yeah, just give us a few more minutes. Let's see what they want to do with this as this warning expires. I would imagine they would probably extend a warning of some sort, whether it's a tornado warning or not, remains to be seen. But
yeah, I would think they have to.
Yeah.
This cell is really collapsing on itself, though.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
starting a lot smaller.
Yeah, it's starting to outrun the better.
The hail core is really falling apart.
So hopefully we can get this thing to continue to ramp down and eventually out of our hair. So
yeah, if you're in Athens, if you're in Leonidas, north of Sherwood, especially if you're west of Union City, we're talking about this storm weakening. But that doesn't mean that there still couldn't be a tornado that tries to come down for a few minutes. It doesn't mean that there can't be what we call a microburst, an outflow of strong damaging winds from this storm. And in fact, the Weather Service in Grand Rapids just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for southern Calhoun County.
Yeah, that's what we were just mentioning, and that is for they're going quarter-size hail with that one. They do also have the tornado possible tag on it as well. So the Athens area, you're getting into the hail core right now as I talk to you here, but also the Burlington area, the Teconcha area, Clarendon, Homer, the Eckford area, and Albion as well. You're now under a severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 5:15 as we head towards the evening hours, 5:15 p.m. And that is again for the potential of quarter-size hail, and it also has a tornado possible tag on it. So just be aware of that if you are southern Calhoun County, severe thunderstorm warning.
And I'm gonna give Southwest Kalamazoo County. They're all clear on that. That reflectivity is gonna be moving out of that far extreme southwest or southeast corner of that warning polygon here in the next 30 seconds or so.
Yeah. If you're in northwestern portions of this warning, I'll be honest with you, you really weren't. The polygon will say it was a little bit big, which I mean I get that, but Like if
Yeah,
you're in,
no hate to the weather service on that. They
yeah,
have to do what they have to do.
yeah, but again, we do have this. Let's see what's going on here near Leonidas. That's near the Sherwood area. Reflectivity is looking interesting, but
Uh,
velocity,
Velocity is still messy,
yeah,
pretty broad and weak.
yeah, not really seeing an act. Still nothing. Debris side. I don't. Yeah, no. So we,
Yeah,
we do not have an active signal of anything on the ground, but that does not mean something cannot touch down briefly, especially near the as it moves towards the north side of Sherwood over the next few minutes. So if you're on the north side of Sherwood, you need to be in shelter right now. And I would expect a new tornado warning would probably be coming out soon for more of northern Branch County as well. So Union City, especially over the next few minutes, be alert that you may need to be heading towards the shelters here shortly, because I am thinking there may end up extending a new tornado warning here shortly. So, but again, the area we are watching is near the east of the Leonidas area, heading towards the north side of Sherwood, and it will again be eventually heading towards Union City. Let me actually do another storm track.
we've got video of the tornado now as it went through Three Rivers.
Okay.
So we can confirm a damaging tornado went through downtown Three Rivers.
Yeah. Which makes sense, unfortunately, with the radar signatures we were seeing at the time and confirmation we've already received. So, yeah. But here's our storm track. This is moving to the northeast or east, maybe a touch northeast at around 40 miles per hour. So it's going to be in Union City in the next 15 minutes or so. Also, the Burlington area in the next 20 minutes, and the Tekonsha area around the next 26 minutes or so. Tekonsha, you are in an active severe thunderstorm warning along with Burlington. Union City, you're not officially in a warning yet, but I'm thinking that's going to change here momentarily. And looking at that reflectivity signature, we definitely still have the hook there, so that's still not seeing anything. Let's go to velocity.
Yeah,
Still
we're
not.
getting reports that Three Rivers High School took a direct hit. There's considerable damage there.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I would not doubt that. And there is a new tornado
New
warning.
warning. Yeah.
Yeah,
Really small. That's good news. So it leads me to believe they think the storm's going to be collapsing on itself as well.
yeah,
But
and
new
also,
tornado warning.
yeah, new tornado warning. It does include the far northeastern portions of St. Joseph County near the Leonidas area, but I do think over the next few minutes this is going to become more of a northwestern Branch County issue again, north of Sherwood, northwest of Girard, and then the Union City areas as well. We'll read off the warning text. National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a tornado warning for northeastern St. Joseph County and northwestern Branch counties until 5 o'clock. At 4:26, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near the Colon area, or 15 miles northwest of Coldwater, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard is tornado and quarter-size hail. And the source again is radar indicated rotation with that, which I will also note. Part of the reason for the discrepancy on warnings here, why there's a severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning for the northern areas of Branch County, this is actually served by two different National Weather Service offices. The one in Calhoun County, the severe thunderstorm warning, that is the Weather Service office in Grand Rapids responsibility. Branch County, in your case, it would be the Northern Indiana office. So if you're wondering, well, why doesn't the tornado warning just extend into Calhoun County? Well, that's a different office responsible for that. And if the Weather Service in Grand Rapids feels that the tornado danger would go into that area, they will extend a tornado warning with time in the maybe southern portions of Calhoun County as well. So, but again, we are continuing to watch this potential tornadic thunderstorm. now heading north of the Sherwood area, and we'll be in Union City here over the next several minutes. So if you are in the Union City area, you need to be taking shelter right now. Again, what we mean by shelter, if you got a basement, you should go there. But if not, small interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building, and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Try to get the most central as you can. If you are in mobile homes or vehicles, you need to get out of those. Find a more substantial structure. So, Jonah, do you have anything you need to add real quick?
No, not really. We're getting a lot of considerable damage reports out of Three Rivers.
Yeah.
Roofs ripped off of industrial buildings. The Menards took a direct hit. Three Rivers High School took a direct hit. A lot of damage. So again, as Jacob was saying earlier, please do not be, going into those areas to gawk at the damage. We're going to have a lot of first responders heading into that area. They need to complete their search and rescue operations. They need to make sure that is that there's not anyone who needs life-saving attention. They need to do their thing. So unless you're already in that area, don't go there. If you're in the area, remain sheltered in place. Stay home if you can, unless there's some kind of imminent threat like a gas leak. If you've got damage reports and you can safely do so, please send those to us at westmichiganweather.net/report, or you can do so in the comments of this live stream. But we're getting a lot of damage reports coming out of the Three Rivers area.
Yeah, which unfortunately the area it tracked through, that would make sense. So, but getting back to our current tornado warning situation, again passing north of Sherwood now, and I will say the hook is not as evident. Well, it's still there, but it's not quite the classic shape we were looking at earlier either. So, but it's almost looking like. Yeah, let's go to velocity on that. I will say the rotation's definitely there. North of between Athens and Sherwood is where we're looking at. It's not the classic we will look for immediately for a tornado, but it's definitely rotating. And if you are in Athens, you're likely seeing that hail right now, probably up to quarter size, quite possible there. Now we'll be heading towards also the Athens area over towards possibly Burlington and towards Tekonsha with time as well. But we're going to be watching a rotation that's passing north of Sherwood. It's now west of the Union City area. And so if you are in Union City, we need you, again, to be in shelter if you're not already. You need to be getting there right now. Our rotation is going to be near the M60 and Athens Road area, over towards the Union Lake area as well, passing again south of Athens at this time. But again, so be in shelter. I still don't see anything suggesting we have a tornado on the ground looking at debris tracker, which is good news. And we are hoping it stays that way. But again, just because we don't see anything on the radar suggesting it's on the ground, that does not totally mean that there's not something. So we want you to treat this as it probably is on the ground and be in shelter in the Union City area especially. And yeah. Let me take a look at another source behind the scenes. Yeah, so nothing suggesting that. Let's go to our hail tracker real quick, actually. If we go take a look at that. Yeah, this is a little bit delayed from the actual reflectivity, but still indicating our hail core near the Athens area. I like to die on. I like to dial, I think it is, on YouTube. Is the tornado going southeast? No, it's moving northeast. So to answer that question, it's going to be moving northeast.
this is losing all of its supercellular structure, which is a really good thing. So if you're north of Sherwood, really, if you're south of M60, really, you're pretty much good at this point. Um, with maybe the exception of Union City proper. We're
Yep.
keeping an eye on you guys still, but this is losing all of its supercellular structure. It's really lost that reflectivity hook echo for the most part. Still a decent reflectivity core there, just east of Athens, but
And I will say, velocity, it's still rotating. Don't get us
yeah,
wrong, but
yeah,
um, but again, as the storm continues to move to the east and northeast, it's going to rapidly get out of the um, better conditions. So as it continues into Calhoun County, eventually into Jackson County, we are expecting this thing to eventually continue to weaken. So
that severe thunderstorm warning for Kalamazoo County finally dropped off the board there just a minute ago.
yeah. So um, okay. Don't I think we might actually have a beware again on that near Union City. So it looks like it might be trying to ramp up again. So
Yep.
actually, I think that might be a TDS near Union City. I'm double checking. Yep, that's a TDS near Union City. Yep. Let me highlight that. So if you are in Union City, you need to be in shelter right now. I'm gonna
Oh
highlight what
boy.
we're talking about here. So there it is on the debris tracker, the correlation coefficient. We're gonna go over to reflect. Come on now. There we go. There we go. It's in the higher reflectivity values. Let's go to velocity. Um, yeah, that's probably on the ground there. So if you are in Union City, you need to be in shelter right now. That's probably an active tornado there on the ground. That's going to be heading into Union City here shortly if it does not lift. So, and then I'm also getting a little bit concerned with its trajectory. If you're near Burlington there in southern Calhoun County, this is a heads up for you as well. It is possible that
Yeah.
we'll have to extend a tornado warning into that area here shortly.
Yeah. To Concha,
Yep.
along I
Yep.
69 there.
That's a tornado on the ground near Union City. New scan coming in on another source behind the scenes. So, yep, there it is. So, yep, and there's our tornado warning for
Yeah,
Southern
there's a
Calhoun.
tornado warning.
So, if you are Athens, you are in the tornado warning, but this storm is passing you. As of course, the least regret, stay indoors, preferably in shelter. But if you are also in Burlington, the Taconcha area, Clarendon, Homer, up towards the Eckford and Albion areas, you are now in a tornado warning that goes until 5:30 p.m. Again, this is for this likely active tornado we are watching near the Union City area. So, again, if you are in the areas I just named, including Burlington, Taconcha, over towards the Clarendon and Homer areas especially, in Bentley's Corners, you need to be heading to your tornado shelters right now. So, again, this is likely an active tornado on the ground here on radar near the Union City area. Take a look at the velocity. There's your couplet. Let's go to the debris tracker. There's your debris signature right over M60 there. So, oh, yeah, that's going right into town. So, probably northwestern side of town, especially there in Union City. I think we have a reflectivity debris ball too. So, yeah. So, yeah, unfortunately, especially northwest side of Union City, there's an active tornado on the ground, and that's going to be heading towards the Burlington area, especially south side of Burlington, especially. Um,
All right. Sorry, I needed to take a phone call there. I'm gonna drop out here, Jacob, and start heading south so that I can get set up for this next round of storms that might be coming in. Um, and I'll let you handle this new tornado warning, if that's okay.
Yep, go ahead and do what you need to do, Jonah.
All
Be
right.
safe, and we'll catch up with you here in a little while.
Yeah. Again,
So,
we'll have live coverage from my camera out in the field around 6 o'clock. We're expecting additional thunderstorms to move in along the I-94 corridor.
yep, which we'll take a look at this after the active tornado warning expires, because we have an active tornado, that needs to be our focus. But again, as Jonah mentioned, we do have additional storms off to our west, which may produce additional severe weather chances, especially along the south of I-94 as we head for the evening hours. So we're not done yet, folks. That's what we'll say. We are not done. So,
I will. I'll catch you guys later. I'm gonna get on the road.
all right. See you later.
Thanks, guys.
So let me drop that source real quickly. Just doing it. Okay, there we go. So again, there's our active tornado near the Union City area. That is a very large. That is a very strong debris signature. That is not what we want to see. Let's go to reflectivity real quickly. Why is my reflectivity not updating? Hold on. Might have to restart the software because my reflectivity is not updating. Give me just a second, guys. Just some brief technical issues. Let me get it back up. Okay, so see what it does now. If it doesn't update, we might have to. Let's do it from the Grand Rapids radar actually real quick. You can actually see the tornado debris from the Grand Rapids radar as well. Not sure what's going on with the feed to the Northern Indiana radar, but again, that is your active tornado on the ground, especially on the northwest side of Union City. That's going to be heading towards the Burlington and eventually to Concha areas. If you're driving along Interstate I-69, between roughly the county line of Branch and Calhoun and we'll say the Wrights Corners community there near the Marshall Country Club. If you're along I-69 between F Drive S in Calhoun County and the county line of Branch and Calhoun, you need to get off the interstate right now. Go find substantial structure to seek shelter because we have an active tornado. If it stays on the ground, it's going to be heading that direction shortly. And why is our reflectivity not updating on this? Alright, so let's go. May have to switch an alternate radar source. Let me do that actually for right now. See why it's not wanting to. Northern Indiana radar is not wanting to update, so I'm going to go to an alternate radar source where it is working. GR2 analyst. There we go. We're on an alternate radar source now. Give me just a second, guys. Just doing some things on the fly here. Just give me. Okay. There we go. So we're just doing some stuff behind the scenes, but there's your active tornado near the Union City area, just past, especially the northwest side of the north side of Union City is where our tornado tracked. It is still likely on the ground heading towards the Burlington area. So if you are in Burlington, you need to be in shelter right now, if not already. Let's go to debris tracker, go to the CC. Yep, that is still an active debris signature heading towards Burlington. So if you are in Burlington, you need to be taking cover right now, urgently. Burlington, eventually to Concha, you need to be in shelter. Homer, Albion, you also need to be in shelter. Let's go to Velocity real quick. And I will say it's not looking... Well, it's not the classic signature you would look for. That still does not mean it's not on the ground. We still have an indication it is, so let's go to storm relative, actually. Let me set that properly. Yep, there's your circulation right there near the Union City area, heading towards especially the south side of Burlington. But if you're in Burlington proper, you need to be in shelter nonetheless. The Concha area, again, you need to be in shelter. So let's go back to reflectivity. I will say it doesn't. They're going observe tag on the warning for Calhoun County now, and it looks like our radar is working. Our other source is working again. We can go back to weather-wise. Give me just a second, guys. Getting our sources back in order. There we go. So if you are seeing this dark red polygon across southern Calhoun County, that is an observed tornado warning. Again, an observed tornado warning for Calhoun County for this likely tornado on the ground near the Burlington area. Let's see, at 4:43, a confirmed tornado is located just north of Union City and near Burlington, moving off to the east at 35 miles per hour. Seek shelter immediately. This is a weather spotter confirmed tornado, and we were also able to confirm this via radar. This tornado will be near the Homer area around 5 o'clock p.m. and the Albion area around 5:10. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include the Teconcha area and Athens. To repeat, a tornado is on the ground. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. So again, this is an active tornado on the ground, moving into the Burlington area as I speak to you. So, Burlington, Teconcha, Homer, you need to be taking shelter right now. This is from the Grand Rapids radar. Let's go to Velocity. And while it's not the classic signature we would typically look for, back on the northern. Let's go to Debris Tracker, see if that matches. I will say it's not. It is possible this is beginning to weaken a little bit. I only say this because it's getting a lot more broad of debris signature. It's not really a defined area like it was earlier. So while I still want you to treat this as it's on the ground, that would be the correct move. Especially if you're in Burlington, if you're not in shelter already, you need to be right this second. To Concha as well, over towards Homer. Still treat this as it's on the ground, but we are hopeful that this begins to lose some of its oomph and lift, hopefully. But it was likely already too late for the Union City area, and it probably Burlington. I want you to treat this as it's on the ground. This is a weather spotter confirmed tornado, so be in shelter right now. I'm going to do a storm track of this. From the likely tornado, it is moving to the east at around 35 miles per hour. So from the likely tornado, that's going to put it. Give me just a second to redraw that, actually, trying to get a few more locations in there. So off to the east at around 35 miles per hour. That's going to take it to the Teconcha area in the next, we'll say, 10 minutes or so. So, again, don't wait that 10 minutes. Get in the shelter right now. The Clarendon community around in 22 minutes, and the Homer area in 27 minutes. So, But again, if you're in Clarendon and Homer, do not wait. Be in shelter right now. If you are also in the Eckford and Albion areas, you're in this tornado warning. Be in shelter is, of course, of least regret. But while this thing can deviate and change directions, which is why you're in the polygon, I do think the tornadic portion of this storm is likely going to stay south, but you're still going to be in the heavy rain, the lightning, maybe some hail as well. Which there is also a severe thunderstorm warning, in addition to the tornado warning that continues for southern Calhoun County for the potential of quarter-size hail. So if nothing else, even if you don't get the tornado, you're going to get some large hail, potentially with this as well. New reflectivity scan, that is still quite wrapped up near the Burlington area. Good news is the reflectivity, the breeze signature, is definitely broadening out. We are also getting further away from the radars as well, which is also a good point. But again, still treat this as it's on the ground as the course of least regret. Is heading towards the Concha area. Let's go back to the other radar. There is the tornado. It's going to be in here near the east of Burlington area. It's going to take it towards Teconcha, especially north side of Teconcha and points north. But if you are along Interstate 69 from the Branch County line and towards the Wrights Corners community area, we'll say, towards the Marshall Country Club, you should not be driving on Interstate 69 in this area. You should really exit at the nearest exit. So if you're north of that, that's going to be F Drive S or the 220 Highway 227 area. Or if you're south, you need to get off at the Marshall Road exit at Teconcha, and you need to seek shelter at a gas station, convenience store, or something like that. If you are also in mobile homes in this area, you need to get out. Go find a more substantial structure. In that substantial structure, if you got a basement, go there. If not, small interior room, preferably on the lowest floor. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So ideally, if you got a bathroom in the central portion of your home, a closet, or even an interior hallway, you want to focus on putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Landon on Facebook asking, is it moving north, west, east, or south? This is moving off to the east, Landon. So moving off to the east again at around 35 or so miles per hour. So that's going to, again, take it towards the Concha, especially north to Concha, eventually towards the Clarendon and Homer areas as well. So taking a look at the reflectivity, you still got it hooking around on the backside there, east of Burlington there, north of the Concha area. So that is right near the M60 and I-69, where M60 and I-69 intersect. Landon's asking, could it headed towards Ingham or Lansing area? No, this will stay well south of the Lansing area. In fact, Lansing, if I look at another source behind the scenes, you don't have the thermos yet for really tornadic or severe weather yet. You're only in the lower 50s there at the moment. So again, this is severe weather as of right now. I think is mostly going to stay near and south of the I-94 corridor, at least for the evening. We will have to see what happens overnight, albeit with the timing of that, that'll be a lower end threat. But we'll talk about that later on. Let's focus on our active tornado warning down here in Calhoun County. But to answer your question, Landon, this is not an issue for Ingham County or Lansing. So, again, we're watching this confirmed tornado on the ground via storm spotters near the Burlington area, heading towards especially north side of Teconcha. Although if you're in Teconcha proper, even the south side, I need you to be in shelter. Continue to be in shelter. If you're heading towards the Homer area and the Homer area, you should have been in shelter several minutes ago when this warning was issued. You still have a bit of time if you have not yet to get to that shelter location. Albion area, as the course of least regret, you will want to be in shelter as well. In addition to the tornado threat, we also have large hail potential that continues. Let's go to hail tracker. Get that on there. We are still seeing a bit of a signal of large hail there. North of the Concha area, keep in mind this is slightly delayed from the reflectivity scans, but it's still showing a signal for large hail north of Teconcha. Going back to our reflectivity, that matches up with what radar is indicating, especially along I-69 there, north of Teconcha. That's where your large hail is likely going to be, if it is falling, heading towards the Eckford community and eventually towards Albion as well. So, let's see what we got going on here. Just taking a look behind the scenes, just more damage reports from the Free Rivers area. And we do have video. There is video confirmation I'm seeing of the tornado on the ground in the Union City area, which matches what we confirmed earlier. Otherwise, just more damage reports in the Free Rivers area. Also, Edwardsburg as well. We have damage as well. So, this storm has been responsible for quite a bit of damage across southwest Michigan today, especially across portions of Cass, St. Joseph, now in the Branch and Calhoun counties. The storm has had quite the history, and Union City as well. So, again, we're getting pictures of quite the tornado that was in the Union City area as well, which is why I need you to take this warning seriously in southern Calhoun County. So, taking a look again at velocity. If there is still a tornado, it's going to be north of the Teconcha area, likely north of the M60 area. If I zoom in a little bit, I'll try and get us some roads. Again, M60, the old 27 South Road, P Drive S, and eventually towards L Drive South as well. Also, 18.5-mile road. That is going to be where is the tornado, if it is still on the ground, that's where it's going to be. Let's go to our debris tracker again. I do not really see a signal of debris that I would think would be debris, which is good news. However, it does not mean there's not something still on the ground. So I just want you to continue to treat this like it is on the ground and remain in shelter. Let me give me just a second. I'm just doing something behind the scenes. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. This is Jacob, by the way. All right. Anyways, just getting some behind this. All good. Anyways, just doing some behind the scenes stuff here. As Jonah mentioned, he is heading out in the field, and we will have his feed here soon, especially for the next round of severe weather that is off to our southwest, which we will go into in a little more detail here in a little bit once we get this active tornado warning off the board. So let's go back to reflectivity. If there is a likely tornado, if there is a tornado, it's going to be north of the Concha again now, heading towards especially north side of the Clarendon community, and eventually towards especially the north side of Homer as well, just based on radar indications. However, if we take a look behind the scenes, Let's take a look at observations behind the scenes. We are rapidly going to be heading into less favorable conditions as this storm continues to move off to the east. So, as this storm gets into Jackson County, especially, I do expect we should be heading towards a general weakening trend. We are hopeful. Yep, I have you here. So, um, but again, so if you just communicating here with Jonah behind the scenes as well. So, bear with me, guys. Anyways, so if you're in the Eckford community, even if you're not seeing a tornado, there's our likely large hail signal once you get into the purples, pinks, and even some whites starting to pop up in here. That's your large hail signal. We'll go to the hail tracker and give me just a second to get that up. Vertically grade liquid. There we go. Yeah, this scan's unfortunately a little bit delayed, but there's our large hail signal. That's going to be in the Eckford area now if you match it with reflectivity. They are updating our severe thunderstorm warning to only include a small sliver of central Calhoun County at this point, just north of the tornado warning. So pretty much Wrights Corners area, like the north side of Albion, they are continuing the severe thunderstorm warning for the next 15 minutes, just for areas north of the tornado warning, for the potential of large hail up to 1 inch in diameter or quarter size. So, but again, we also continue with this tornado warning. If you're in the Athens and Burlington areas, this storm has passed off to your east. I would just be aware of any potential damage in the area. Let emergency responders do their job near the Burlington and Athens area. Just let the emergency responders do their jobs. Same thing as in Three Rivers. We don't need people. We don't need sightseers going out to look at any damage that has transpired. We need emergency response. We need to allow the emergency responders to go in and do any do their work. So, but we are also watching another cell that has recently formed as well near the Cassopolis area. This is pretty much the same area where we were dealing with that tornadic storm earlier. We have another cell that has fired near the Cassopolis and Penn areas. We will have to monitor the cell to see what it does. As it can, with the environment we are in southwest lower Michigan, this is capable of, again, damaging winds, large hail, and unfortunately more tornado threat as well. So, just wanted to address that. We are watching this storm that has fired near the Marcellus and Penn areas that will be tracking eventually towards the Three Rivers again, Flowerfield areas, and pretty much will be taking the same track as the current, actually a bit more northeast as well. So we'll have to watch this storm as well with time. But going back to our tornado warned storm is now north and east of the Concha area, north of the Clarendon areas. And as a side note, you see this spike here near the Homer area? Let's go to, let me take the hail tracker header off. Sorry, that was triggered manually, so we have to click that off. Sometimes we kind of forget that. Well, let's go over to the debris trackers. Not only can it be used for debris, it can also be used to track hail. And you see this blue spike near the Homer area? That's actually a free body scattered spike, excuse me. That's just the radar reflecting off the ice crystals, the hail up in the upper part of the storm. It's reflecting off of that, and it causes that signature there near the Homer area. You can also see it on reflectivity as well. I'll highlight it here in the mouse. So again, if none other than a tornado threat, we also have the potential for some large hail with this, especially in the Eckford area right now, and it's going to be heading towards Albion over the next several minutes. I will do another storm track here momentarily. Let me just loop. Let me actually shorten the loop a little bit. We don't need it quite as long. Let's go 15. There we go. Just trying to get our bearings straight for a potential storm track. Okay, still moving to the east. So let me get our storm track on here. 35 miles per hour. That's going to take it towards the Eckford area pretty much right now. Albion area in the next around 13 minutes or so. And eventually in the Jackson County, Parma in the next 25 minutes, Spring Arbor in the next 28 minutes, and eventually Jackson in the next 42 minutes or so. We also have the Jackson County Airport in 37 minutes, and Michigan Center in about 48 minutes or so. I will say this, observations in Jackson County are not quite as conducive as they were earlier. So, what that means is the storm will likely continue to be on a weakening trend, at least a tornadic threat, but it could still go elevated and still be a hail producer potentially. So that is something we will have to watch as it continues to move off to the east. Let me just check chat behind the scenes. Nothing there. Alright, we'll have to see what the Weather Service decides to do with this over the next several minutes. What type of warning will be issued for Jackson County. But just a heads up for the Parma, Jackson, Spring Arbor areas. And eventually, in those areas, this storm's heading your direction shortly. So they are updating our tornado warning, as a matter of fact. If you are in the Concha area, you have been cleared from the tornado warning. So you may come out of your shelters now. Also, the Burlington area, that is an all clear as well now. Burlington, Athens, they have been cleared from the tornado warning. You may come out of your shelters. It continues for the Clarendon, the Homer areas, the Eckford areas, and Albion until 5:30. So that is for the next 24 minutes or so. We continue with this tornado warning. And we'll take a look again. Let's open up the text real quick. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing, this was at 5:04. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near the Homer area, or 7 miles to the southwest of Albion, moving east at 35 miles per hour. The storm has a history of producing tornadoes. So, yeah, the storm has had a history of producing tornadoes. So this is why we need you to take this storm seriously. Anyways, radar indicated rotation is our source. We don't have any confirmation at this time, but this dangerous storm will be near the Albion area at 5:10, along with the Homer area again, also around 5:10. So you need to be in your shelter right now, towards those areas. And again, in Jackson County, we'll have to watch and see what happens with that with time as well. I will say we also have a storm firing we will have to watch as well. Heading into southern Hillsdale County, it's currently in southeast Branch County, towards the California and Montgomery areas. We are watching another storm that has fired up as well. We'll have to see what that does. Also tracking off in the northeast. So we got more storms firing up. One southwest of the Hillsdale area and one near the Marcellus area. We got additional storms to watch. We've also got this line of storms that has developed over Lake Michigan towards the Holland, back across Lake Michigan towards the Chicago area. We'll have to watch as well. My main concern will be with these cells that have fired ahead of this line. That is still in an environment where we could have additional severe weather activity, including tornadoes, develop over the next little while. So, given the history of this storm, that's not something we want to mess around with. So, again, if you are in this tornado warning, I need you to be in shelter right now. So the Clarendon, Homer, although I think the rotating part of the storm is passing near North and Homer, you still want to be in shelter, especially for areas north of the Homer proper that might have a Homer address. Same goes for the Albion area, especially the south side of Albion. I need you to be in your tornado shelter areas, which again, if you're wondering what that is if you have a basement, you'll want to go there. If no basement, you want your small interior room on the lowest floor away from windows. I will say some good news is that we don't really have the defined inflow notch or hook echo signature anymore. It's kind of got messy and wrapped in rain, which that could be where good thing is it's cutting off the inflow, but if there is a tornado in there, it could be rain wrap, not very visible, which is not a good thing either. Let's take a look at velocity real quick. I really don't have I'm watching this area near Homer and see what that does, but we don't really have a defined tight couplet right now either, which is good news. Which is what I'm suspecting starting to happen, is this is starting to outrun the best conditions. I still got an observation of 53 at the Jackson County Airport. So as the cell starts to outrun the better conditions, I'm suspecting this is transitioning from a more tornadic threat. I'm not saying there's no tornado threat. That's not what we're saying. But it might transition to maybe more of a hail threat before eventually weakening. So, again, here's what we have going on right now. We continue with our tornado warning for the next 20 minutes, a little less than 20 minutes for Calhoun County, especially east central portions into southeastern portions, of Calhoun County. This is for potential rotation north of the Homer area. And we'll have to see what this storm does as it heads into Jackson County. However, we also have additional storms firing up southwest of the Hillsdale area. And it looks like they are going to extend a severe thunderstorm warning rather than a tornado warning. They are extending a severe thunderstorm warning into Jackson County. So that is a new severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for Jackson County that goes until 6:15 p.m. this evening. A severe thunderstorm was located near the Albion area, moving east at 40 miles per hour. The primary hazard of this is going to be quarter-sized hail, but they do have the tornado possible tag on it as well, meaning that they are monitoring rotation on it, and then a tornado could still touch down at any time. Locations impacted by this include Jackson, Grass Lake, Vandercook Lake, the Leone area, Spring Arbor, Napoleon, Sandstone, the Norvell area, Concord, Horton, Parma, the Jackson County Airport area, Oak Point, Pleasant Lake, Michigan Center, and Munich. If you are in any of these areas I just highlighted, you'll want to move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building, get indoors, and again, remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. Again, this storm has had a history of producing tornadoes across southwest lower Michigan this evening. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room in a sturdy structure. So again, they have opted to go with a severe thunderstorm warning rather than a tornado warning there in Jackson County. This is again for this same cell that we've been tracking with you for the last couple of hours now, as it continues to move off to the east. I will do another storm track on it now. And again, as this continues to move off to the east at around 35 or so miles per hour, it's going to be in the Parma area in the next 15 minutes, Concord area as well, and Spring Arbor. In the next 20 minutes, Concord will be a little bit sooner than that. You're not on the list, but I just wanted to mention it. You're in the warning. Jackson in the next 33 minutes or so. The Leone area in the next 44 minutes. Eventually towards the Waterloo Village area in the next 58 minutes. Let me zoom in a little more, actually, so I can... Alright. Eventually, this is going to be heading out of Jackson County, but Sharon Township and Sylvan Township, you're going to be in And this is going to be Washtenaw County. This is just a very early heads up. This is outside of our coverage area, but that'll be in that area in about an hour. So this will be a Fruita County roughly in the next hour or so. And again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning rather than a tornado warning. As I suspected, as the storm continues to push east out of the most favorable tornadic environment, we will tend to see that weaken. I am seeing some reports of damage from the Union City area on our other radar source, which is to be expected. We do have reports of damage in that area. Yep. So again, since we still continue with our tornado warning though for the next 15 minutes. And if we're going to check for rotation real quickly, I'm not really seeing a defined area of rotation yet either, which is good news as well. So as I'm suspecting again, as this storm continues to push east, it's getting out of the most favorable environment for tornadoes. It's going to transition to more of a hail threat. So, but again, hail that can still cause some damage to vehicles, roofs, yourself if you're caught outside in it. So you want to be inside. In addition to that, we have the heavy rain and lightning threats as well. Calhoun County, that severe thunderstorm warning has just dropped off. That little sliver we had north of the tornado warning, that has been allowed to expire. That will come off the board here momentarily. So right now we just have an active tornado warning, although this storm will be heading out of said tornado warning in the next several minutes. And we also have a severe thunderstorm warning, which we will be tracking as the storm moves into Jackson County. Primarily for the potential, again, a quarter-size hail, but we do have the tornado possible tag as well. Those details are scrolling along the bottom of our screen as well. It's the bottom of the screen. Let's go back to reflectivity. Let's take a look at correlation. Not seeing too much of a signal for hail or anything like that. Let me go to, again, the hail. Let's go back to reflectivity one more time. Go over to hail tracker. And vertical integrated liquid. I will say we even have a little less of a hail signal as well. That does not mean there's still not hail ongoing. It could still be up a quarter size. But it's encouraging we're seeing our signal for hail drop off. It was not as strong as it was earlier. This is good news. We want to see this continue. Like I said, this is going along with our thinking that as this storm heads out of the the better environment, it will tend to weaken. And if this continues, I would not be surprised if they end up canceling the warning for Jackson County early. But we will see how that evolves over the next little while. And we'll stick with you until that warning does expire, as long as we don't have any new warnings come out for those additional storms we are watching off to our southwest. So let's go back to reflectivity. Again, this storm's starting to head out of the tornado warning area. So if you're in Homer, Clarendon, the Eckford area, I would still stick inside just for a few more minutes because of lightning, and there is still technically a tornado warning. But this storm, this storm is out of your hair for the most part, just the leftover lightning hazard. Anna is asking on Facebook, I know it's supposed to get bad again towards West Michigan. We have a school vet in a little while. What are the chances of a tornado near the Fruitport area? I will say this. Fruitport is in Muskegon County. I do think the better odds for tornadic activity, we can do a general look. In Fruitport, I know you're likely seeing some heavier downpours right now. I do think the better severe weather threat so far, at least, is going to stay south of the I-96 corridor, and especially down towards the I-94 corridor, where I think the better instability values are is south of I-94. Mainly south that is where I think are generally the most severe weather is going to be. In the Fruitport area, I would expect rain. I wouldn't rule out thunder, But I do not expect much of a tornadic threat for that school event near the Fruitport area. I just don't see much suggesting a tornado threat in that area at this time. So, and it looks like they have dropped our tornado warning off the board as well for Calhoun County. So that just leaves our severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County. But to answer your question, Anna, no, I don't see much of a tornado threat near Fruitport at this time. So, I wouldn't worry too much over there. Our primary concern, Philip, is asking, what about Grand Rapids? Again, similar deal. I do think the better threat's going to be evolving south of Grand Rapids, because not only have we had more rain up near and north of I-96 throughout the day, which is tempering instability, and we got all this coming as well. So it might get, although I will say this, with the way that's moving, I will have to worry about maybe a flooding threat, maybe around the Holland, Grand Rapids areas, just the way that's trending. But at this time, I'm not worried too much about major severe weather in Grand Rapids. I do think that will evolve more to our south over the next several hours. And then we do have an overnight threat that we might have to watch as well, but that will probably end up being more of a hail threat at that time. In the overnight hours, we'll watch it as well. Maybe the low threat of a spin-up tornado, but definitely not anything like we've seen earlier in southwest lower Michigan. But in Grand Rapids, you'll hear heavy rainfall, thunder, but I'm not super concerned about severe weather as I am along the I-94 corridor in Point South right now. So, again, if you're just joining us here, I am Jacob Mountain live here with West Michigan weather as we continue to cover severe weather. We've had one storm that has come through and produced several tornadoes across southwest Michigan. We have reports of damage in Cass, St. Joseph, Branch, and Calhoun counties with this storm. Again, for like the Edwardsburg, Cassopolis areas, over towards Three Rivers, and more recently towards the Union City, Burlington area, we've had confirmed tornado touchdowns. And right now we are watching a severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County for the potential of quarter-sized hail. I do think the tornado threat has dropped off for the most part with the storm, although we do still have a tornado possible tag. It is outside of the best instability at this point, and we're not really seeing any. Let me take a look at velocity. Maybe a bit of rotation there near northwest of the Concord area, but nothing that suggests an imminent tornado threat to me. That's not imminent. How is Cedar Springs looking? I'm freaking out. Cedar Springs, you're probably going to be okay from severe weather. Yes, it's raining. Yes, you might hear thunder, but the severe weather threat for the next little while is going to stay south of I-96, and especially towards the I-94 corridor and Point South is where I think the better conditions are. So in Cedar Springs, I would not worry too much about major severe weather like we saw in southwest lower Michigan. I would not worry about that at this time. In fact, I will indicate what is mostly responsible for all of this appears to be this MCV feature that you can see over Lake Michigan. That is what's mostly been responsible for all of this, especially in southwest lower Michigan with a warm front down there. But this little MCV feature, that's a little bit of forcing we needed for these storms to fire. And, well, there you go. So, again, if you're north of I-94, I would not rule out maybe some isolated severe weather, but I'm more worried about heavy rainfall and frequent lightning up that way. If you are south of I-94, that's really where I'm worried about severe weather in the short term. I will say this cell down near Jackson continues to look a lot less impressive than it did. Let me go check our hail tracker again. Let's go to vertically rated liquid. Yeah, that signal keeps dropping as well. So I really would not be surprised if they end up dropping the severe thunderstorm warning a bit early. It does continue for the next hour, but if this signal continues, I'm not sure it's going to last for the next hour. So we'll keep an eye on it for the next little bit still. Because you never know of these storms, especially with the history it's had. We're going to play it on the side of caution. But with this storm heading into less, more stable air mass, it is starting a weakening trend, which is to be expected. And it looks to continue. Nonetheless, if you're near the Parma area, you're probably seeing heavy downpours, frequent lightning, maybe some hail, but definitely not the signal we've had earlier of this storm. And we're going to take a look at some other storms while we're at it. So we're still watching this cell near Hillsdale. Let me switch to another radar. It's this storm near Hillsdale, but again, that will also be tracking out with time of the best instability, especially as it continues to move east. So we're not. Let me take a look at rotation on it. Give me just a second, guys. Not maybe a little bit of rotation. Nothing that immediately screams a tornado threat to me near the Reading area. Just something we'll be watching behind the scenes. We are also seeing some, again, weak rotation maybe with this cell near the Schoolcraft area. Again, nothing suggesting an imminent tornado threat with this storm, but we will be watching this closely. We'll be watching these storms closely, and then especially this line of storms currently over Lake Michigan. As that moves east, we will need to watch for additional severe weather as well as that moves off to the east and northeast. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning, in fact, as well. That's in northwest Indiana. We're not going to spend too much time on it since that's not in our coverage area, but we'll be watching that nonetheless. It looks like they just issued a special marine warning for that as well. So again, our primary focus, at least for the next few minutes, continues to be this severe thunderstorm warning in Jackson County for this cell near Parma. However, it is looking like this storm is on a weakening trend, and I would not be surprised if this warning does indeed get canceled early. Taking a look behind the scenes, I have not seen any additional reports come in of hail or anything of that nature. And we'll take a look at velocity, see how rotation's doing, and I'm not seeing too impressive a signal there either. Any rotation is very weak, very broad, and not really anything that would suggest an imminent tornado threat. So, again, this storm continues to be on a downward trend. Let's see. And if you're in Holland, particularly right now, this is not severe activity, but notice how we're starting to have thunderstorms train over the same area, moving off to the east-northeast. So I would begin to be concerned about a potential flooding threat, especially in the Holland area, over towards the Jamestown area, Douglas, pretty much northwestern Allegan County and the southern Ottawa County. I am beginning to get concerned about maybe some flooding issues along the I-196 corridor there, where I-196 and US 31 meet. That is where I'm concerned about flooding a little bit. So Holland, Zeeland, Hudsonville, probably eventually towards the Wyoming Grand Rapids area. This is just heavy rain, frequent lightning. I'm not seeing any indication of severe weather at this time. But with the heavy rain sitting over the same area for a little bit, I would not rule out some ponding or minor flooding concerns as this continues. And again, we are also watching additional cells over Lake Michigan as they track off to the east that may produce some additional severe weather, along with any cells that fire ahead of it, such as this one near the Vicksburg area, which we are watching and is already showing some signs of weak rotation, which the environment in this area is very favorable for that, especially closer to the warm front there. So again, we still continue with this severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County. The strongest part of this storm is going to be near the Parma area, but is it tracking directly east or northeast? For the severe thunderstorm warning, I will say maybe a touch north of due east. As for V storms over here, it's also everything is generally moving in a northeasterly direction. So I would generally expect east northeast with these storms. That's the general direction they are moving in. Of course, if there has been some deviant motion with some of these storms, like if they move a little more to the east, like we saw with the tornadic storm earlier across southwest lower Michigan, it'll tend to turn more east as it produces the tornado. That's that deviant motion we were talking about. But again, generally east northeast is the direction we're looking for, Lulu, with these storms. So again, this cell near Parma heading. Thank you. So towards Grand Rapids. Yes, this batch of storms, while it's not severe, it's producing heavy rain and frequent lightning that is headed in the general direction of Grand Rapids. Yes. I'm not super concerned about severe weather with us at this time, but am concerned about heavy rainfall maybe producing some localized flooding issues. I do think most of the severe weather will generally stay south of Grand Rapids, but we'll be here watching it nonetheless. And we'll be with you if something does indeed go severe. Let's take one more look at this Jackson County cell. It continues to look less impressive. Let me go to our hail tracker again. Just 1 second. Yeah, we're continuing to lose our impressive hail signal that we were showing on the hail tracker earlier. We're now down into the greens, which, if anything, small hail, but not really all that impressive. We'll go back to reflectivity though, and yeah, we're even losing some of the hail signal we had in there. There's still a little bit, but this cell continues to weaken as it heads outside of the best environment. And I would not be surprised if they do cancel this warning early, just with the way it's been trending. We'll do one more storm track on it nonetheless. I'll go from the strongest part of this storm. Let me maybe do a little bit so it gets a few more locations better. But at this point, we are looking at Waterloo Village in the next 40 minutes. It's if the storm makes it there. Again, it's not. When you get a second. Yeah, it's not looking all that impressive. Give me just a second, guys. Gotta do some behind the scenes stuff. What you got, Jonah? Sort of a virtual camera. If you wanna maybe take a look and see if you're picking me up. Yep, I do have you down, Jonah.
All right, very good. Well, I'll be live. We're at 131 approaching Grand Rapids. I know you got a thunderstorm warning now, so I'll let you keep going with that. But I'll just have my camera up because we're coming up towards 196, and that line is starting to move in with some higher reflectivity and lightning. So.
Alrighty, sounds good. Thank you very much, Jonah. Alright, so we do have Jonah's live camera feed back up. He is on he is heading towards these storms. He's on US 131, heading into northern Kent County, heading into this heavier rain here. He is heading south towards towards the I-94 corridor with time. So that is one more thing. All right, sounds good. I'm clear on that. So again, this is just behind the scenes stuff we're working on here. But again, I was saying he's on US 131 heading south towards this I-94 corridor, where we still think we could have some additional severe weather this evening. Again, we've already had that cell produce several tornadoes across southwest lower Michigan, and we still can't rule out severe weather in this area over the next several hours. And we will be here tracking it. So, again, here's what we're looking at right now. So we're still tracking our severe thunderstorm warning for the next little while across Jackson County. Take a look at rotation. If there's any rotation, this is not, I do not think this is tornadic by any means, but we do have some rotation. Maybe northeast of the Parma area, but it's very weak, very broad. This does not look like a tornadic signal to me, and it is heading out of the environment for that anyway. So, again, we're continuing to watch this for the next few minutes. I am not seeing any reports of anything come across. So we'll keep watching it here for the next little while, but if this trend continues, I do think they're going to end up dropping this warning early. I would not be totally surprised. In fact, if you're north of I-94, really, I'm not really too concerned now because the storm continues to weaken. If you're north of I-94, along the north of I-94, that is primarily where we're focusing here. So if you're in like Concord, Spring Arbor, or Vandercook Lake, or Napoleon, I'm not really too concerned about these areas at this time. As the course of least regret, I would stay inside, but just in case of a rogue lightning strike or something like that. But I'm not super concerned at this point about those areas. Our primary concern continues to be along the north of I-94, mainly for the potential quarter-size hail. And even I think that threat's starting to drop off for the moment, at least. So, again, if you're looking to our left side of the screen, we got our feed from Jonah out in the field. He is on US 131 in Grand Rapids, heading south. And you see the heavy rain is falling there in Grand Rapids. We'll take a look at radar. You can see this area of heavy rain streaming into the Grand Rapids area proper as I speak to you. So, alright, let's see. Okay, taking a look again at this cell. This is the main cell we've been focusing on. So let's take a look behind the scenes. Some more reports of damage in the Three Rivers area. Yeah. More tornado footage from Union City. We have a torn down. We have a report from a train spotter coming in from 1 mile northwest of the Concha area. This is going to be in Calhoun County. This is a torn down exit sign. That would be right, probably along I-69 there. A torn down exit sign at the I-69. Probably near the M60 exit, I would imagine. Most likely. So the torn down exit sign that just came in from just looking at stuff behind the scenes. Not seeing anything besides that right now. So Again, we do continue with one severe thunderstorm warning if you're just tuning in with us here. I'm Jacob Melton live here at West Michigan Weather. We do have Jonah Drake along in the field, heading in Grand Rapids, heading south on US 131. We are continuing to watch one severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for Jackson County. That continues until 6:15 p.m. for this cell that is north of the Jackson area. Again, north of Jackson. So just southeast of the Tompkins area, it's going to be heading towards like the Pleasant Lake community or routes, over towards the Munif area, the Trist community, and Waterloo Village. That is the main area we're focused on here, south of I-94. Yes, you're in the warning, but I'm not super concerned about it at this time. Again, this is primarily for the potential of quarter-size hail. They do continue with the tornado possible tag on it. But we've been continuing to see this storm have a weakening signal over the last little while. And if that continues, I would not ultimately be surprised to see this warning drop off. And if that warning does drop off, if we don't have anything new come in, what I'm probably going to do is get off here for a little bit, take a quick breather, get some new information from the tornadic damage in Southwest Lower. But it looks like we do have a new special marine warning that is going to be for this cell near St. Joseph. For this activity off the Lake Michigan shoreline off St. Joseph, that is for winds up to 40 knots, wind gusts to nearly 50 knots. Strong thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 11 miles northeast of Indiana Harbor to near Burns Harbor to Gary, moving northeast at 45 knots. Radar indicated wind gusts up to nearly 50 knots. Move to safe harbor until hazardous lever passes. These are the storms we will be watching too as they move on shore. Again, I do think the best severe potential of this line continues to be south, along near and south of the I-94 corridor. More limited once you get towards the I-96 corridor. And once you're north of I-96, I'm not really too concerned about severe weather. Primarily going to be
hey Jacob, if I could
just rain,
jump in
some
really
occasional
quick,
rumbles of
whenever,
thunder. But once you get north of
you
I-96,
have a
I'm not
second,
very
just,
concerned
let
about
me know
severe
through
weather.
Zello that
At
I
least
can
with
jump
this
in.
round, we may have to watch the overnight activity, but that will be something that we'll have to watch later on. And again, with the timing of that overnight round, I'm not super concerned about we're definitely not going to have the severe weather that we had earlier in Southwest Lower, I don't think.
Just whenever you get a second.
Yep. I'll cut back to you here in just a second. I'll let you know.
Up on Zello when you're ready for me.
Yep. So we're going to go over to Jonah just for a second for an update, but just one last review of the situation before we do that. We're still watching our one severe thunderstorm warning near Jackson. Jackson County. It does continue for the next half hour until 6:15, excuse me. And we are also watching this activity with special marine warnings across southern Lake Michigan. That will be heading towards the I-94 corridor, along with just some general thunderstorm activity producing heavy rain along the I-196 corridor between Holland and Grand Rapids. So now we're going to cut over to Jonah here for a live update on the situation. Go ahead, Jonah, whenever you are ready.
Okay, so just a couple of things that I've seen here. Not sure if Jacob has talked about these yet. We do have that ongoing severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County. There's a special marine warning in effect for the nearshore waters south of St. Joseph, Michigan, to near New Buffalo. That's for wind gusts up to 50 miles or 50 knots, excuse me, which would be pushing that severe thunderstorm warning criteria if it moved onshore. The winds actually look to be a little bit stronger further to the north in the part of the lake that the Grand Rapids office covers. And one other thing we'll need to look out for is there's been this mesoscale convective vortex, or this area of spin. It's kind of like a localized low pressure system.
If you are trying to speak,
now,
if you are trying to speak, I don't think I can hear you.
All right. Do you have my audio feed going in to the stream?
I do not, and I actually have to cut away because I got a new tornado warning for Hillsdale County. So,
How's that?
all right, guys. So, we do have a new tornado warning now in effect for Hillsdale County. This just came down the wire. This is for this cell that we've been watching earlier that developed in southwestern Hillsdale, southeastern Branch County. It has now went tornado warned. This tornado warning now goes on. This tornado warning is in effect for northeastern Hillsdale County and goes until 6:30 p.m. At 5:43 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near the Jonesville area or near Hillsdale. It is moving off to the east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard with this is a tornado and quarter-sized hail. Source is radar-indicated rotation. Impacts, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of northeastern Hillsdale County, including the following locations: Jerome, Somerset Center, Moscow, Somerset, and North Adams. Take cover now, move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building, or avoid windows if you are outdoors, in a mobile home or in a vehicle. Move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. So again, this is an active tornado warning for this cell northeast of Hillsdale, now near the North Adams and Moscow areas. And this is heading towards Somerset, the Wheatland area community as well, Somerset Center, and Jerome. So if you are in any of these areas, I need you to be in shelter right now. Again, if you got a basement, you should go there. If no basement, small interior room on the lowest floor, away from windows, preferably in the most central part of your home or business. If you are in a mobile home or a vehicle, I need you to leave those, get to a more substantial structure. Let's go take a look at the velocity on this, and I think they're tracking this near North Adams. That is our area of concern. You see the reds going against the brighter reds here going against the darker reds and grays. It is this area, where we are watching the potential rotation that could produce a tornado. That is in between the North Adams and Moscow areas. Let's take a look at the tree tracker. I do not have a definitive signal of a tornado on the ground. That does not mean one isn't on the ground or could touch down at any moment. So I need you again to be taking cover. Take this seriously. And so if you're in the North Adams, Moscow, Somerset, and Jerome areas, Somerset Center as well, you need to be taking cover right now. Pretty much areas along and south of US 12 in northeastern Hillsdale County, that is our area of concern. In addition to the tornado threat, we also have concerns for hail up to quarter size, and we do have a bit of a hail core here northeast of the North Adams area, in between North Adams and Jerome. We're going to take a look at hail tracker, just so we can see what that looks like. We do have, again, this is a little bit behind the reflectivity product, but with a good indication of some large hail possible near the North Adams area. That would be now in between North Adams and Jerome when you go back to reflectivity. So there is a signal for some potential large hail, up to quarter size in diameter. So we're going to do a storm track of this now. So give me just a second.
Do you have like a special thing on your windshield that
Track it from the likely rotations. Heading just north due east, we'll say. Around 35 miles per hour. That's going to put it in the Somerset area. In Jerome in the next 8 minutes, but you should be... Do not wait that 8 minutes. You should be in shelter now in the Jerome area. Somerset in the next 17 minutes, excuse me. Somerset Center, zoom in a little bit closer, in the next 14 minutes, and then in the northwestern Lenawee County. That's outside of our coverage area, but Cement City.
Okay,
We might have some
let's
viewers in that
try
area. 22
this one.
minutes. Jefferson in the next 28 minutes, and outside of the viewing area again, but Brooklyn probably in the next half hour or so. I will take it into southeastern Jackson County, which we'll have to see what happens with that. I will say this again, similar situation to our cell in Jackson County. As it leaves, the better instability values of these cells will again tend to weaken. So again, we do have an active tornado warning right now for northeastern Hillsdale County for the next 40 minutes until 6:30. We also continue with our severe thunderstorm warning. Going back to that real quick for Jackson County. And this is mainly for the northern part of the warning at this point. I'm really surprised this warning is still the way it is, but nonetheless, we do continue with a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 24 minutes. Animate something, make sure. Okay, so that's still what it is. For north of Jackson, mainly towards the Pleasant Lake area, over towards Munich is where we're watching that. This is mainly for the potential quarter-size hail. I don't see anything to suggest an active tornado threat or anything like that. Nonetheless, we are watching behind the scenes. Okay, so we're going to go back to our tornado warning. Since that is, and we are still watching, before we go back to the tornado warning, we are still watching this activity across Grand Rapids, Holland, back towards South Haven, St. Joseph, over Lake Michigan, and in northwest Indiana. We are watching this activity as well, and we'll have updates on the warnings do get issued for this activity. However, this is not severe at this time, so we're going to be focusing a little less on that stuff. And it looks like they are updating our severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 6:15 for Jackson County. For quarter-size hail until 6:15. I'm surprised it's still this big, but nonetheless, they are continuing their severe thunderstorm warning. It's really only for the northeastern portion of this warning at this point. So again, Pleasant Lake, Munich, Waterloo Village, and Tris and Roots. That is our main area of concern. If you are south of I-94, I'm not concerned with this cell in particular. But again, our primary focus at this point is our active tornado warning. Now for northeastern portions of Hillsdale County, that goes until 6:30 this evening. Our active area of rotation as we go to velocity is going to be it's going to be near Jerome, south of the Moscow area, south of US 12. Northeast of the North Adams area. So we'll try and zoom in. So if you're near like Moscow Road, East Sterling Road, Jerome Road, and Walworth Road, that is our area of concern. If you are along and south of US 12 or Chicago Road, that is again our primary area of concern. At this point, it will be tracking towards the Somerset Center area. If you're near the Somerset Beach Campground or the Bundy Hill Off-Road Park area, I need you to be taking shelter at this time. Somerset, again, in Somerset Center. And if you are along US 12 between Jonesville, they did just update our tornado warning again. So in Jonesville and North Adams and the northeastern side of Hillsdale, I can likely give you guys an all clear at this point. Okay, so give me just a second, guys. Get out some stuff behind the scenes. They have updated the tornado warning for Hillsdale County until 6:30 to drop off Hillsdale and North Adams. Just a second, guys. I'm just working out some behind the scenes stuff. Okay, so again, rotation near the Moscow area. We'll check debris tracker. Let me check another source behind the scenes. I do not necessarily think that is tornadic, but we'll double check it. It's unlikely to be tornadic. No, that's not tornadic. Okay, so still no signs of a tornado debris. That looked to be hail core, actually.
Storm warning for northern Van Buren and southern Allegan County. This is for less than 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible tag.
Yes, thank you for that. So as you just heard, Jonah, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning now that is in effect for Allegan and Van Buren County. This is primarily for southern and southwestern portions of Allegan County, along with the northern 2/3 of Van Buren County for areas along and north of I-94. So this includes areas like Allegan, South Haven, the Covert area, Hartford, Lawrence, Paw Paw areas, Bloomingdale, Bangor. These are just some of the locations in the severe thunderstorm warning. This is again primarily for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, less than 3/4 of an inch of hail, but there is also a tornado possible tag on it as well. We'll go ahead and read off the warning text. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Van Buren County in southwestern Michigan and southwestern Allegan County in southwest Michigan until 7 p.m. At 5:54, severe thunderstorm was located near South Haven, moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. Again, primary hazard of this is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, radar indicated. And again, we also have the tornado possible tag on this as well. Some more locations I'll list off that may be impacted include the Allegan area, South Haven, Paw Paw, Hartford, Matawan, Lawton, Bangor, Fenville, the Van Buren State Park area, Lake Michigan Beach, Pine Grove, Covert, Ganges area, Lawrence, Gobbles, Bloomingdale, Breedsville, Pullman, Glendale, and Grand Junction. If you are in any of these areas I just highlighted, for your protection, move to a remote interior room on the lowest floor of a building. We'll take a look at velocity on it real quick, then we gotta go back to the tornado warning. But there is definitely some signs of gusty winds with this activity. Probably up to 50, 60 miles per hour, albeit this is a few thousand feet up. And I'm not seeing anything that immediately screams tornadic. Maybe a little bit of rotation. It's very noisy. So again, I'm not immediately concerned about tornado potential, but there is a tornado possible tag on it as well. So that is something we will have to watch with these storms as they continue to move off to the east at around 40 miles per hour. So we'll do a quick storm track on it before we go back to our tornado warning. I'll just track it from South Haven, move it off to the east. That's going to put it South Haven right about now. The Lee area in the next 21 minutes. Bloomingdale, Pine Grove, Allegan, Alamo, Watson, Plainwell. So it's going to be Bloomingdale in 33 minutes, Pine Grove in 42 minutes, Allegan 46 minutes, Alamo in 56 minutes, Watson and Plainwell in about an hour. Plainwell and Watson, you are not in the warning yet, but this is an early heads up for if you eventually are included in this warning. But at this point, we're going to go back to our tornado warning. This is a priority type system here, so we're going back to our tornado warning that is in effect for northeastern Hillsdale County for the next half hour. Except
Sean, that's Allegan County storm here pretty soon. We're in Shelbyville, getting ready to reach our target area here.
Thank you for the update. Yep, I do see that. So thank you very much. Anyways, going back to the tornado warning. The cell likely is passing Moscow right now over towards the Somerset Center areas. If you're in Moscow or Jerome, I need you to stay inside, still remain in shelter for the next few minutes. Just in case, yep. Alright, so, again, so, if you're still in this tornado warning.
And we're gonna be live audio now.
Just letting you guys know I do have you on audio now. So.
Okay, awesome, Jacob. Thanks. Yeah, just really quickly, pretty sad news out of Union City. We've got confirmed reports of multiple fatalities from storm chasers in that area. We just reached our target area. Again, we're here in Shelbyville in Allegan County. And we'll keep you updated on what we see.
Yep, thank you very much, Jonah, for that update. Greatly appreciated. And yep, unfortunately, we do have confirmed reports of fatalities from these storms, so that is not the news we were wanting to hear. And it looks like we have a severe thunderstorm watch now coming down the wire as well. I'll take radar off real quick so we can see what counties are included in that. It's going to be Allegan, Barry, Van Buren, Kalamazoo, Calhoun, Jackson, Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, Branch, and Hillsdale counties. You are now in a severe thunderstorm watch that goes until 11 p.m. this evening. So again, that is a severe thunderstorm warning, not warning, watch, excuse me, for the areas that's kind of in this purplish shading that goes until 11 p.m. this evening. We have a couple active severe thunderstorm warnings and our tornado warning that continues for the next few minutes in Hillsdale County. Let's go take a look at rotation there. I will say it is on its way out of Hillsdale County, and it'll be interesting to see what if they decide to extend that into southeastern Jackson County. I will say it does not look immediately impressive, so we'll see what they do nonetheless, but it does not look immediately impressive. So, nothing that screams immediate tornado to me. Still some rotation, albeit weak and broad. We're also looking higher up in the storm too, as well, so we're not really seeing too much there. Let's go back to reflectivity though. As you can see, it's on its way out of the warning, so I would imagine this warning will drop off very soon. The warning in Jackson County, I have a feeling, I am surprised it has not dropped off already, but this storm is basically out of the county now, and it's not looking very impressive at all. Near the Stockbridge area, still some lightning, still some heavy downpours, maybe some small hail, but I am not super concerned about severe weather with this cell at this time. So we'll go back to our severe thunderstorm warning off to the west. Tiffany in chat asking, is Birch Run going to be affected at all? Or should we be okay in just rain? Well, Birch Run is actually outside of our coverage area. Just putting that out there. So, just sorry, I'm just now seeing this. When we have active warnings in our area, especially tornado warnings, that is our top focus. But at this point, we have. But Birch Run, I am not super concerned about Birch Run either. Maybe some thunder, maybe some lightning, some heavy rainfall. But I think the better severe odds will stay south of there as well, Tiffany. So, again, outside of our coverage area, but just wanted to clear that up. So,
That's fine. If the car comes, we'll move. No big deal. Can't believe how foggy it is here. It's only 58 too. Like,
so we have audio coming back from Jonah, who is out in the field. So
careful. What did you just do? Oh my God.
all right. Anyways, so taking a look behind the scenes. Okay. So tornado warning does continue still for the next few minutes in northeastern Hillsdale County, extreme northeastern portions, but this cell is pretty much moving out of the county, and I do expect our tornado warning to drop off shortly. Same goes for this warning in Jackson County, which that cell is all out of the Jackson County into extreme southeastern Ingham County near Stockbridge. So I do think our primary focus at this point, unless we do see a warning for Jackson County, which we'll see if that happens momentarily, is going to be this severe thunderstorm warning across portions of Allegan and Van Buren counties. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts primarily, but we also have the tornado possible tag on this still. For just with the history of these storms, we can't rule out some tornadic activity. Primarily with these line segments, it'll probably be more of a brief spin-up variety, not really the supercellular type tornadoes we were seeing earlier with these cells off to our east. But just be aware, primarily damaging winds with this storm, but still cannot fully rule out the potential of a brief spin-up tornado. Let's take a look at velocity. It does, just a quick note, they have dropped the tornado warning for Hillsdale County. So we have no active tornado warnings on the board across our area at this point. Just severe thunderstorm warnings, and our primary focus is going to be the one we're on now, across southern Allegan and Van Buren counties. But on velocity, we are seeing the brighter greens here. That is a signal of very strong winds in the 50 to 60 mile per hour range. However, this is a few thousand feet up from the radar, so this is not necessarily reaching the ground. I will say we are watching possibly an area location. We just check behind the scenes on another source. Maybe a little bit of rotation north of the Bangor area towards Lee. Towards the Lee area, maybe a little bit of rotation. Does not immediately scream tornado to me, but nonetheless some rotation we are watching near the Lee area, northwest of the Breedsville community, and north of Bangor. So, and then we're also watching possibly another area of weak rotation as well. East of Lee, southwest of Allegan as well. We're watching maybe another area of rotation as well. So something to watch there. There's a little vortex there, maybe near the Chicora area.
Just a little update for the stream. We are repositioning a little bit. We're gonna drop south a little bit. We're just south of Wayland here in Shelbyville. Left. And we're gonna try to get more lined up with the severe wind part of this storm.
There was an update from Jonah. They are repositioning on this segment to get a little more south. They are near Wayland currently. They're going to get more in line with this severe wind portion of the line. But we are monitoring maybe a little bit of rotation again near the Chicora area community, Cheshire Center. That is near the Chicora Field Aerodrome area, or Giles Campground. We are seeing maybe a little bit of rotation there, just that brief little spin we were talking about with this line segment. That's what we were talking about. That's what we're looking at on radar there. At least an area of enhanced wind, if not tornadic. So let's go back to reflectivity. And again, this whole line segment is moving off to the east. So Allegan, Bloomingdale, Pine Grove, over towards Paw Paw, Lawrence, Hartford, Matawan area as well. You are in this severe thunderstorm warning that does continue for the next hour. Just to note, they are letting our severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County, they are letting that expire. It expires in 5 minutes. That storm's well out of the county. They're letting it expire. Let's take a look at that near Lowell. We might have an area, this is not severe, but we may have an area of gusty winds south of the Lowell area. This is not severe, not super impressive, but still maybe 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts near Lowell Charter Township towards the Alto area. And now we'll be moving off to the east as well, mainly along I-96 there in southeastern Kent, probably in southwestern Ione counties. Not severe at this time, but just something we are noting on the velocity scan is some potential for some gusty winds of the sub-severe variety. And if you are north of I-96, again, I'm not super worried about this activity. Like in Ithaca, Stanton, Alma, along the M46 corridor. This is all just rain. You might hear some thunder, but I'm not super concerned about severe weather with this activity. Our severe weather is going to mainly stay south of the I-96 corridor, and particularly towards the I-94 corridor. Is really where the best chance for additional severe weather is going to be over the next few hours. Again, we have a severe thunderstorm watch that does go until 11 p.m. That goes for Berrien, Branch, Cass, St. Joseph, and Hillsdale, along with Van Buren, Kalamazoo, Calhoun and Jackson counties, and Allegan and Berry counties. Those counties I have just highlighted are all in this severe thunderstorm watch that is in this pink shading here. Outside of that, not ruling out some gusty winds, in addition to heavy rainfall and frequent lightning, but severe weather is not really a concern. Once you get north of I-96, there, north of I-96. So I'm going to do, you can see here on radar near the Lee, Bangor areas, Breedsville, east of South Haven there, you notice how it's bowing out a little bit? That's the wind surging into this storm. And that's a signal that we look for when we're talking about damaging winds. It's these bowing segments that we're looking for, that we talk about. That's what's going on here. So let's go the velocity real quick. And again, the brighter greens here, that is your signal of 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, albeit a few thousand feet up. So still probably around 50, maybe locally 60 miles per hour in spots. And that is going to be heaviest along the leading edge of the storm as well. Taking a look at another source behind the scenes, just checking. I will say there is an area of rotation that we're still watching near the Cheshire Center area. Again, east of Chicora. That's going to pass south of Allegan towards the Merson community. There's just a little area of rotation we're watching. Again, just along the reed edge, you can get these little vortexes that spin up. That could be areas of enhanced wind. So that's what we're watching there. We're watching another area Potential rotation. Northwest of Allegan near the Millgrove area. There's another area of maybe some potential rotation. Nothing that immediately screams significant tornado to me, but just some areas that we're watching for enhanced wind potential. Maybe another similar situation near the Breedsville area, northeast of Bangor. Again, so this is the only severe thunderstorm warning, other than that Jackson County warning on the map that it's going to drop off here any moment now. So our only active severe thunderstorm warning is going to be this one for Allegan and Van Buren counties. We'll take a look at some other storm activity real quick. If you're in New Buffalo, the New Buffalo area, Free Oaks, this is not a warned storm at this time, but we are watching maybe some signs of gustier winds there near the New Buffalo, Free Oaks area. That is indicating around 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, given again a few thousand feet up. Probably some signs of gusty winds there that we'll have to watch as well. And I would not be surprised if a severe thunderstorm warning or at least a special weather statement does come down the wire there. So New Buffalo, Three Oaks, over towards the Galleon area, eventually Buchanan, Niles, and Berrien Springs, Bridgman as well. Just a heads up there. This is not severe at this time, but we are watching it closely. If it does turn severe, we'll have further updates on that. But going back towards this cell, our severe warned storm. Again, back to reflectivity. Again, the heaviest part of this storm's passed in the Lee area now. It's right over the Allegan State Game area. Allegan, it's right on your doorstep. Same with Bloomingdale and Pine Grove. It's also right on your doorstep. Hartford, you're starting to get into the heavier rain, potential gusty winds as well. And then Lawrence, Paw Paw as well. You're under the gun of this storm. The Almena area as well. So if you're in any of these areas I'm talking about, now is the time to get inside. Be away from those windows and let the storm pass on through. Again, if you're north of this warning, if you're in the Caledonia area in particular, we are watching for some potential ponding issues near the Caledonia area, because this is another one of those sections that I'm talking about where it's training over the same area to heavy rainfall. We have some training going on across southern Kent County. So areas like Caledonia, south of Kentwood, really along and south of I-96 there, across southern Kent County and the northern eastern portions of Allegan and northwestern Berry County. Those are areas we're going to be watching for the potential of some ponding on roadways, maybe some minor flooding. We are also watching this little Boeing segment near the Lowell area, not severe at this point. Take a look at velocity. Still showing a bit of elevated velocity there near the Clarksville and Saranac areas, but this is not severe at this point. But just be aware of the potential for maybe some 30, 35, 40 mile per hour gusts there as that continues to push off to the east. Pretty much lay along I-96 there, so over towards Freeport as well, maybe a little bit some gusty wind activity. Otherwise, just heavy rainfall, frequent lightning in those areas along with Belding, Orleans, up towards eventually maybe Carson City, over towards the Greenville area, pretty much along and south of M57 is what I'm talking about with that segment. Not severe, not really too much to worry about. We'll be watching it nonetheless. But again, our only active severe thunderstorm warning across West Michigan right now is for this line segment in Allegan and Van Buren counties. We don't have too much new information at this point coming in. But we are watching things closely. Something behind the scenes. Okay. All right. So. All right. We're still watching this isolated cell north of the Battle Creek area. Nothing too concerning at this time. It's something we'll watch nonetheless, because it's these isolated cells ahead of the line segments. Ahead of the line segments is what you're watching about. Is what we're watching. Just with the environment in place and the history the isolated cells had earlier in Southwest Michigan. We're watching that kind of thing very closely for additional rotating storm potential. Not concerning at this time, but we're watching it nonetheless. Taking another look at a storm southern portions of Berrien County. Still not severe warm, but we still are showing signs of gusty winds and maybe some rotation. Nothing immediately tornadic to me, but some rotation there near the Baroda area. That'll be taking it towards Berrien Springs. Andrews University area. Just monitoring some signs of rotation. Nothing immediately tornadic to me, but again, that's just kind of things we're watching for in these storms. These areas that can spin up, produce maybe brief tornadoes, or at least areas of gustier winds. No warnings in effect in Berrien County, but we're watching that closely as well. Again, our active severe thunderstorm warning continues for Allegan and Van Buren County until 7 p.m. I will say it is moving at a good clip, though, so I would not be surprised if it's ultimately dropped early, depending on how the storm evolves. Remember, we do have the southern portion too in Van Buren County, so Bangor, you're seeing heavy rainfall right now. Bloomingdale, Allegan, that's moving into your doorsteps right now. So, again, going to take a general reset of the situation here. So, if you are in Grand Rapids, the heaviest part of this stuff is to your south and east now. You're just seeing some some rain and maybe some lightning. Okay, so some stuff behind the scenes. All right. So if you're noticing on our on the left side of the screen, we do have Jonah out in the field as well. He is currently near the Hopkins area, heading towards these storms as this storm that will be heading that direction shortly. So he's out in the field, and we'll have updates for us as well. Elizabeth is asking about the Gobbles area. So again, Gobbles, you are, give me just a second, just checking something behind the scenes. In Buren County, so you're Bloomingdale, okay. So if you're in Gobbles, this storm is right on your doorstep. Should be moving in very shortly. It started over here hard. Yep, I can definitely believe that, Elizabeth. You're in the severe thunderstorm warning. So again, heavy rainfall, gusty winds, and there is the tornado possible tag, which I am seeing maybe nothing that's immediately tornadic to me. In fact, it looks more like wind shift than rotation. But you'll be in the Gobles area. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Thank you. That's one of those. Some of these town names are tricky here, folks. So feel free to correct me. But thank you very much. Anyways, again, yep, the heavy rainfall, gusty winds will be right over there, starting right now. So I can believe that. Allegan area, you're in that same situation as well. Pine Grove. If you're in the Fenville, if you're in western portions of Allegan County, still remain inside just with the lightning danger. But the strongest part of the storm is off to your east, in western Allegan, southwestern Allegan County, I should say. And it looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in now for Berrien and western Cass counties. So there's a new severe thunderstorm warning coming down the wire until 7 o'clock for Berrien and western Cass counties. This is for the potential of mainly 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And if I pull up the warning text, National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for western Cass counties in southwest Michigan, along with Berrien County in southwest Michigan. Again, that does go until 7 o'clock. And at 6:23 p.m., severe thunderstorm was located over Berrien Springs, or 7 miles north of Buchanan, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazard is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Source is radar indicated, and impact will be expect damage to roof, siding, and trees. Just typical of these gusty or severe thunderstorms. Some locations that are impacted include Niles, the Benton Harbor area, St. Joseph, Dowagiac, Buchanan, Fairplain, Benton Heights, the Bridgman area, Berrien Springs, Cassopolis, the Waterville area, Free Oaks, Coloma, Stevensville, Shorewood, Tower Hill, Paw Paw Lake, Shorewood, Tower Hills, Harbert, Lake Michigan Beach, Bertrand, and Pokagon. This also includes Interstate 196 between mile markers 0 and 7, and Interstate 94 in Michigan between mile markers 8 and 42. If you are in any of these areas I'm highlighting, you need to be getting indoors, preferably away from windows, let these storms pass, get in that interior room if you can. But again, we are watching this Boeing segment near the Berrien Springs area. That's what we've been watching for the last little bit for gustier wind potential, and it has now prompted a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay. And again, that matches up with what we're seeing on velocity. These greens here, they start getting a little bit brighter. Is our straight line winds of up to 60 miles per hour. And let's move right into the Berrien Springs area towards the Buchanan area as well over the next few minutes. We are watching, again, maybe a little bit of rotation, not necessarily tornadic, but just more probably area enhanced gusty wind potential near the Berrien Springs area towards the Eau Claire area. And we'll be watching that as well. There's also this section of the storm towards Waterville. That's moving that's moving off to the east out of the county. So again, still heavy rain, gusty wind potential up there. But certainly the strongest portion of the storm is from the Sodus area down through Berrien Springs and
Right.
Claire,
So we're kind of on the border of Shelbyville and Hopkins Township, watching this line of storms come in. It's really scuddy. They're definitely surface based, so there's a good chance any winds are mixing down to the ground, and we'll let you know about that. These low-hanging clouds in front of us are not anything to be concerned about, in my opinion, in terms of tornado potential. But we're keeping a close eye because there is that tornado possible tag on the severe thunderstorm warning. All right, just and stop like right after this group of trees here. Yeah, stop right here. Let's just watch this. Don't go any further. Don't go any further.
All right, so
New severe thunderstorm warning.
we got a new severe thunderstorm.
Continuing the tornado possible tag.
They are continuing the severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible tag, as Jonah was just saying there, for Allegan and Van Buren counties. That does continue until 7 o'clock. We do have this information scrolling along the bottom of our screen as well. There is also the severe thunderstorm warning for Berrien and Cass counties also until 7 o'clock. So 2 active severe thunderstorm warnings across southwest Michigan this evening now. This is after some isolated storms ahead of this line produced those several tornadoes that we've had in southwest Michigan this evening. This is a little less on the tornadic threat, although we can still have brief spin-up tornadoes. It will not be the tornadoes like we've had earlier in southwest Michigan, especially across Cass, St.
For you
Joseph.
guys to see anything, but
Going back over to real quick. And as you can see, it's getting quite intense there on Jonah's stream. They are near Shelbyville and Hopkins.
30-mile-per-hour winds. Maybe some hail. Small hail, maybe.
And this is the general area that they are in for the record. Again, it's getting very heavy rainfall, maybe some small hail, and definitely gusty winds with this storm. We can verify with ground truth here.
I'm just going to kind of chill here and wait for this to come up here.
But anyways, we're continuing to watch these severe thunderstorm warnings. I will say Allegan County, I would not be surprised if a new warning does come down for see what the Weather Service in Grand Rapids decides to do. This shortly, because it is starting to leave this northern portion of the warning. But again, we continue with our severe thunderstorm warning and we have temporarily lost the stream that should return though momentarily. Yep, it's coming back. The stream might go in and out. That's just the nature of the cell signal, but it has returned for now. But again, we are continuing to watch.
We've got pea-sized hail on it. I'm still here in Allegan County.
Yep, I've got it here on stream. So.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, forgot I was on audio there too. Yep, pea-sized hail here on this storm in Allegan County, near the Shelbyville area.
So as you just heard, Jonah, they have pea-sized hail confirmed with this storm near the Shelbyville area that is in Hopkins Township in Allegan County. And would not surprise me looking at the signature here on radar. We'll go to hail tracker on it real quick. Not really severe hail, but we'll just check for the signal. Yep, I can believe that looking at this signal. There's lighter greens over here. That's once we start seeing that can generally be not always hail, but if there is hail, it's on the smaller size, pea size, and that is exactly what's been reported. So let's go back to reflectivity. Parker is asking, what's the future for Decatur? Van Buren. So Decatur, you are not in an active severe thunderstorm warning at this point, but I will say I would not be surprised if the northern section of this segment, the northern portion of this segment, in Berrien County and in western Cass County, northwestern Cass, it might clip you. And in that case, I would expect heavier rainfall, gusty winds, and I would not be surprised to see southern Van Buren County fill in the severe thunderstorm warning here shortly. As ultimately up to the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids, but that is a possibility here over the next little bit. Give me just a second. I'm going to give it a drink of water. Okay. Anyways, so again, we do continue with our severe thunderstorm warnings. One for Allegan and Van Buren County, probably the south central portion of Allegan and most of Van Buren County, excluding South Haven. If you are in South Haven, you are out of the severe thunderstorm warning now, but we do have the potential. Still some lightning in the area, so still remain inside for the next few minutes, but the severe weather potential, at least for now, is over. But we do continue with severe thunderstorm warnings, not only for Allegan and Van Buren counties, but also Berrien and western Cass counties, which Cass County was unfortunately hit hard by those earlier storms which produced those tornadoes. We do have damage reports in Cass County, and unfortunately we got more storms that could be severe heading into that area right now and over the next little bit. So that might hinder efforts of response, emergency response over there. So just be aware of that. We got more storms heading into your area over the next little bit. So just something to be aware of. Let's take a look at velocity. Take a look. Take the hail tracker header off. There we go. I will say our gustier winds are probably on the doorstep of Niles right up over the next few minutes, passing the Berrien Springs and Eau Claire areas. We'll be on the doorstep of Dowagiac and Pokagon as well. And eventually, southern Van Buren County, you're not in a warning yet, but just something to be aware of as well. You may still see some heavier rain and gustier winds along with frequent lightning. But let's go back. We are watching this cell has flared up as well. Not severe at this time. Southwest of the Charlotte area and southwestern Eaton County. This is not severe at this time, but we are watching it closely. These isolated cells that flare up ahead of the line, especially the further south you go, we have to watch, because those might get a little more spin to them with the environment in place. And that's exactly what happened earlier when we had the tornado potential, with those storms being in close proximity to the warm front. Our warm front, for the record, looking at data, is probably going to be still near the I-94 corridor.
Right, we're going to listen to those numbers.
Yep. So you can hear the thunder there on Yona's stream. Again, they're still near the Shelbyville area, Allegan County. So we're watching additional Boeing segment 2 near the Lyons area. Take a look at that on velocities. Again, nothing suggesting imminent severe weather, but just be aware of some gusty winds there in eastern Ionia County, Lyons, Portland, eventually towards the Powamo area. And I'll track into Clinton County areas like Westphalia, Fowler, Riley, and eventually towards St. John's as well. This is not a severe portion of the line, but maybe some gustier winds there. Same holds true for Carson City, over towards Newark and Ithaca. In fact, I hear the rain starting to ramp up here in Ithaca here in Gratiot County. This is not a severe portion of the line, but just be aware, just some heavier rain, maybe some gustier winds of the sub-severe level in this area. Our severe portion of the line continues to be south of the I-96 corridor, across portions of Van Buren and Allegan, and in the Cass and Berrien counties as well. So, taking a look at this section of the line, it is outside of the warning. I will say this, we are seeing some areas of maybe rotation near the Plainwell area. There's no severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning on it yet. And, but we are watching these signatures as well that could be your brief spin-ups that are mentioned with the tornado possible tags. This is the kind of thing where they're looking for. This honestly looks more like a wind shift too, so maybe just an area of enhanced gusty winds like we are seeing maybe near the Orangeville area as well. Maybe some area of enhanced gusty winds back towards Plainwell. I'm not really seeing anything to suggest a classic tornadic signature at this point, which is good news. We want it to stay that way. Looks like they are updating our severe thunderstorm warning for Berrien and Cass counties. And also, we got multiple updates coming in for our severe thunderstorm warnings. They have trimmed off a little bit more of Allegan County, so if you're north and west of Allegan, you are now outside of the severe thunderstorm warning. Do continue to remain inside for potential of lightning over the next several minutes, but the worst of the storms have now passed. If you're north and west of Allegan, we do have a report coming in of pea-sized hail near Gobles. That was at 6:31, so just a few minutes ago. Pea-sized hail in Gobles in the last few minutes. Which doesn't surprise me. None of this looks like the large hail potential that we were seeing earlier this afternoon. But still, some small hail can't be ruled out with these storms as they continue to push off to the east. So, again, for those of you that happen to just be joining us here, I'm Jacob Melton, live here with West Michigan Weather. We do have Jonah Drake out in the field as well, near the Shelbyville area in Allegan County. And we are continuing to cover severe weather here at West Michigan Weather. What started out as a more tornadic situation across southwest Michigan has transitioned to more, as of right now, of a damaging wind situation, although we still cannot fully rule out the potential of brief tornadoes. So again, we have 2 active severe thunderstorm warnings we are watching. One for southern portions of Allegan County and most of Van Buren County, excluding the extreme southern Van Buren County. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for southern and central Berrien County along with western Cass County. Both of these severe thunderstorm warnings are for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, although the Allegan County warning, as I zoom into that one, we do have the potential of a tornado possible tag, and it looks like they went penny-size hail with this recent update as well. Penny-size hail is not quite severe threshold, that is quarter size or 1 inch, but that's just something to be aware of. Maybe a little bit larger hail this storm. They are also maintaining our tornado possible tag. Mainly on the leading edge of these line segments, you can sometimes get brief spin-ups, especially along these bowing segments that we have to watch for as well. So we'll take a look at this segment here, and if there's going to be any rotation at this point, I'm not really seeing a whole lot there. Maybe less the pawpaw there. Nothing that immediately screams tornado to me, but maybe some weak rotation there west of the pawpaw area, near the Teapot Dome area, or Lake Cora along I-94 there. Maybe a little bit of weak rotation. Nothing immediately tornadic to me, but something nonetheless we will continue to watch. Checking in on our velocities on our southern warning. Not really seeing anything immediately tornadic to me. This is mainly straight line wind type situation. And even those values are not extremely impressive at this time, but nonetheless, they are maintaining severe thunderstorm warning as those winds approach the Dowagiac area, moving through the Pulpkagon area right now, into the Niles and Bertrand areas. Cassopolis and Edwardsburg, these winds will be on your doorstep, along with heavier rain and frequent cloud ground lightning. We are moving on to our non-severe segments. We are watching this in southeastern Allegan and more in the western Barry County. We are watching this segment of the line as well. Not currently severe, but still some gustier winds, probably some smaller hail, in addition to the heavy rainfall and frequent lightning. We will have to watch. There's a cell out ahead of it in Prairieville. We'll have to watch these mergers sometimes too. That can sometimes enhance the spin as well, and that can be how you get your spin up tornadoes as well. These mergers that go on as well. We've seen that happen a lot earlier in southwest Michigan when we had those more tornadoes, more of the supercellular and stronger type. So again, taking a look at velocity on this section, nothing immediately concerning to me. Maybe some gusty winds there near the Prairieville, Orangeville areas. Heading towards Delton, over the Barry State Game area. And then heading towards Hastings with time as well, and Freeport. We're also watching another segment of the line towards the Portland, Pewamo, Westphalia areas up towards Hubbardston. This is another one of those segments of the line, again not severe, but maybe producing some gusty winds and maybe some small hail in addition to frequent lightning. We do have a little bit of a bowing segment, albeit unlikely to be severe at this point. In Gratiot County, Parenton, Newark areas heading towards Ithaca. Nothing extremely significant with that at this point, but we'll be watching it nonetheless. And we also have some isolated cells ahead of the line, which we are watching. One over the north side of Lansing, over towards the Lansing Airport, over towards Edgemont Park, Valley Farms area. So maybe some heavier downpours there as well. And this cell we are watching near the Charlotte area. We'll take a look at velocity on there. Maybe some weak rotation south of Charlotte towards the 5 Points Corner area. Nothing of significance at this time, but these isolated cells ahead of the line we do have to pay attention to as well. Yeah, nothing too significant, but something we are watching nonetheless. Our primary focus continues to be, though, with this line of strong to severe thunderstorms moving east across southwest lower Michigan, and then into some of our eastern areas currently non-severe, but nonetheless we are watching, heading towards the US 127 corridor, especially north of Lansing, towards around the Alma, Ithaca areas. Do not have any new information coming in. Do I have seen any reports? Not really seeing too many reports coming in from this segment of the line, which of course is good news. We want it to stay that way. We don't have any significant damage reports or anything of that nature coming in right now. And it turns out, which fortunately we don't need too many more significant damage reports. We've had enough of that across southwest Michigan earlier today, especially across Cass, St. Joseph, branching potentially into Calhoun County as well, where we had those supercell storms produce those tornadoes earlier, which unfortunately we are able to confirm that we have fatalities with these storms, those earlier storms that produced those tornadoes, which could have been on the stronger side, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we'll have to wait for the Weather Service to survey those storms to make the official determination. But unfortunately, we can confirm significant damage and fatalities with those storms. So, a rather unfortunate situation there in southwest Michigan earlier today. And we continue with our severe weather this evening, mainly of the damaging wind variety when it comes to potential at this point, with heavy rainfall and small hail, although a non-zero chance of brief spin-up tornadoes does continue as well.
Jacob, whatever you've got a second, just want to jump in quick.
I will go ahead before we do that. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Just an update to the previous warning. They have dropped Allegan County from the warning. It is now. Yep. All right. Anyways, so we do continue with our severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Van Buren County mainly at this point, continuing for 60-mile-per-hour gusts and penny-size hail. Areas like Pine Grove, Almeda, and Paw Paw, Matawan, you continue under severe thunderstorm warnings. At this point, we are going to go ahead and cut over to Jonah 4 because he wants to provide some updates as well. Jonah, I am on your source whenever you are ready.
Alrighty. So we've just been watching the lightning here for the last few minutes. Taking a look at radar, they're obviously continuing those severe thunderstorm warnings. Not seeing a whole lot that screams keep chasing them to me. So we are probably going to dip back north, back towards home. I have to work in the morning, so we don't want to be out here super late, but we did get some pea-sized hail, good lightning show, and some gusty winds to about 40 miles an hour. And I'll wrap up because I know they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for the rest of Cass and into St. Joseph County. So, Jacob, back to you. But we are heading back north.
Sounds good. Thank you very much for that update there, Jonah, and he is correct. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that is coming in now. For the rest of Cass, the vast majority of Cass County are not already in the warning, along with western portions of St. Joseph County, unfortunately including the Three Rivers area, which I know was hit hard earlier by tornadic thunderstorms. We unfortunately are now under a severe thunderstorm warning once again, this time primarily for 60-mile-per-hour wind potential. This is for, again, most of Cass, excluding areas along the US 12 corridor east of Edwardsburg, so like Mottville, you're not in the warning, it's along the county line. Union, Kessington, over towards Adamsville and Allenton. You're not in the warning, but most of the county is, so areas like Cassopolis, Dowagiac, Volhynia, over towards the Marcellus, then also the Fabius area, and unfortunately again, Three Rivers, along with Flowerfield. It does extend down towards the Constantine area as well. Again, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning that does go until 7:15 this evening for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. At 6:49 p.m., severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from near Decatur to near Edwardsburg, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Again, so if you are in any of these areas I'm highlighting here, I need you to be inside, preferably away from those windows. Preferably if you can get interior, more interior portion of your home, I would. Just as a course of least regret. But at this point, this is primarily for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We will go over the velocities real quick. And again, nothing extremely impressive at this point on velocities, but nonetheless some gusty wind potential. from Edwardsburg to Cassopolis towards Volhynia, and now continue to track east, eventually towards the Marcellus, Vandalia, Penn areas, and with time, the Fabius, Three Rivers, and Flowerfield areas. So we're going to go ahead and do a storm track on this. I don't have the ability to do a line track, so we'll do a couple tracks east. Maybe northeast. We'll go like that. Oh, yes, is it moving? I just want to double check that. Give me just a second. Moving northeast at 60 miles per hour, so these are on the move too. These are moving rather quickly at up to 60 miles per hour. So that will put it into Volhynia pretty much right now, is moving right in as we speak. The Marcellus area in the next 11 minutes, we do have a little cell ahead of it, moving in right now with some heavier rainfall. The Flowerfield area in the next 20 minutes, and then this is a heads up for southern Kalamazoo County as well. Schoolcraft in about 22 minutes, Vicksburg in 27 minutes, the Mendon area in northeastern Cass County in about 30 minutes, and Pavilion as well in Kalamazoo County eventually in the next 32 minutes. So if you're in any of the areas I am highlighting, just be aware we got strong to severe thunderstorms with damaging wind potential moving in over the next little while. I will do another storm track now for the southern portion of this storm. We'll put it west of Cassopolis, also move it off to the east. Again, around 60 miles per hour. That's going to put it in Cassopolis in the next couple of minutes. The Penn area in about 10 minutes. Vandalia area in 11 minutes. The Fabius area in 21 minutes. Three Rivers in 26 minutes. Flowerfield in 27 minutes, and eventually Centerville as well within the next half hour. So if you're in any of these areas I've mentioned, you need to get back inside. I do know over towards some of these areas there's quite a bit of damage from earlier storm activity, but you need to find shelter of these storms for the potential of damaging winds, in addition to heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, and maybe some small hail as well. We'll go back up now towards our other severe thunderstorm warning we've been watching in northeastern Van Buren County. That does expire in the next few minutes, however. We'll have to see what the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids opts to do with it as it continues to move to the east, whether they carry that into more of Kalamazoo County or not. We'll take a look at velocity real quick on it. And up now. I am not really seeing anything super impressive. Maybe, again, just some gusty winds and whatnot, but nothing super concerning at this time. So it could honestly go either way on whether they go severe thunderstorm warning or not in the mainly northern portions of Kalamazoo County. We are also watching currently non-severe, but some signs of gusty winds as well in Berry County, areas like Hastings, over towards Prairieville. Zooming a little more, the Delton area, Cedar Creek, the Quimby area over towards Carlton and Coates Grove, and then Lake Odessa as well. These are currently not severe, but still nonetheless some gusty winds in addition to heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, and maybe some small hail. I am continuing to watch this isolated cell as well near the Potterville area in Eaton County. I'll be heading towards Diamondale, Delhi Township, and South Lansing. Nothing immediately concerning with this storm, other than maybe some hail potential. We'll take a look at hail tracker on it real quick, actually. Just because the DBZ's a little bit, the returns are getting a little more intense there. There is maybe a large hail signal being detected with this storm near the Potterville area. I would not rule out a severe thunderstorm warning be issued for Eaton and maybe northeastern Eaton and maybe northwestern Ingham counties. But at this point, no severe thunderstorm warning yet. But just be aware of the potential of some hail elevated hail potential of this storm. So again, it's one of those cells ahead of the line that we have to watch as well. Sometimes the shear environment in place, we do have to watch those for a little bit more elevated large hail and maybe tornadic potential as well. We haven't seen no signs immediately of tornado potential, but we are watching it nonetheless. Very broad rotation, if anything, right now. But again, so we'll do a general reset of the situation real quick across West Michigan. If you are north of US 10, not all that much going on right now. It's pretty quiet. If you are north of I-90, if you're really along and north of 96, we're not seeing major severe weather at this time, but just some noisy thunderstorms. Could be producing some gusty winds, however, in addition to heavy rainfall and small hail. We are watching, and actually, as I say that, there's our severe thunderstorm warning now for the Lansing area. Again, this is primarily for quarter-size hail. This is for that hail potential we just talked about. That is our new severe thunderstorm warning now for northeastern Eaton County, northwestern Ingham, along the southeastern portions of Clinton County. So areas like Potterville, Grand Ledge, Delhi Township, Okemos, Lansing, DeWitt, over towards the Lanesburg area. I'll zoom in a little more. Edgemont Park, East Lansing, Hazlet, Okemos, over towards the Bath area as well. Bath Township area, you are in this severe thunderstorm warning. Once again, primarily for the potential of quarter-size hail. I'll pull up the warning text. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Ingham County and south central Michigan, southeastern Clinton County, south central Michigan, and northeastern Eaton County. Again, until 8 o'clock this evening. At 6:59 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Potterville or 7 miles to the southwest of Lansing, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Primary hazard with this is quarter-size hail. Source is radar indicated. We've shown you that a few moments ago. Impact damage to vehicles is expected. Some locations impacted include Lansing, East Lansing, Grand Ledge, Potterville, Edgemont Park, DeWitt, Capital Region International Airport area, Ovid, Diamondale, Waverly, Okemos, Bath, Holt, and Hazlet. If you're in the areas I just outlined for your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. So again, strongest part of the storm is passing the Potterville area right now, heading into Diamondale. When we're in the direction of Delhi Charter Township, in the Lansing area, Hazlet and Okemos with time as well. Let me animate it real quickly so I can get bearings for a storm track. And we'll track it now to the northeast. I'll track from the hail core to the northeast. Get it around 50 miles per hour. That's going to put it in Lansing, especially downtown and south side of Lansing. In the next, especially south side of Lansing in particular, looking at radar trends, in the next 10 minutes or so. Michigan State University, you're in the path of this in the next 15 minutes. Eventually towards Okemos, Hazlet, Bath. Okemos and Hazlet in around 20 minutes. Bath also in around 22 minutes. And outside of our coverage area, but eventually towards Lanesburg as well. That's going to be more in the Shiawassee County in the next half hour or so. It is again moving to the east at 50 miles per hour. So this particular cell will not hang around too long. Although we do have more storm activity to the west that will eventually be moving in as well. Again, this is primarily for large hail potential up to quarter size. We don't see anything significantly concerning on velocities in terms of rotation or wind potential, albeit some sub-severe wind gusts will still be possible with this storm. But our primary focus continues to be quarter-size hail of this particular storm. They have let the warning drop off for Van Buren County. That has dropped off the map. So besides the Lansing warning, our other severe thunderstorm warning continues for Cass and into western portions of St. Joseph County. This continues to primarily be for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Marcellus, Penn, Cassopolis, they're in the thick of it right now with the heavy rainfall, gusty winds, and frequent cloud ground lightning. Taking a look at velocity, nothing extremely concerning to me. Mainly at this point, just some gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour. Not seeing any, maybe a little bit of rotation near Marcellus, but not necessarily tornadic. We'll be watching that nonetheless, but nothing immediately concerning to me in terms of tornado potential. And I will point out, we are starting to see the outflow boundary come out ahead of the storm up from the southern end. That could do two things. That can, if the outflow boundary gets too ahead of those storms, it'll kind of get more cold. The cold air will kind of cut off the storm, and we'll tend to see a weakening trend with time. Although it could also refire storm activity as well. So just something we will be watching in the short term. Some activity I'm looking at. Seems okay. So again, if you not severe currently, but if you're in Berry and Kalamazoo counties, like we got some stronger, currently non-severe thunderstorms, fortunately. But nonetheless, heavy rainfall, gusty winds, maybe some small hail. We'll be moving in there. So Kalamazoo, Portage, Richland, you just had to sell more fruit, move through more on the way. Prairieville, up towards the Hastings, Nashville, Woodland areas, Lake Odessa. None of this activity is severe right now. Some signs of gustier winds, particularly from Lake Odessa through Woodland, towards the Nashville area and back down towards the Augusta area. Not severe. I must reiterate, not severe, but gusty winds nonetheless. Same goes for this segment of the line. If I go back to reflectivity near St. John's, through Westphalia, Riley, St. John's, back up towards the Ashley area. None of this is severe at this point, but again, the same thing. Heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, cloud, and some small hail potential as well. But our main focus at this point is on Cass and St. Joseph counties, which unfortunately was hit hard by damage earlier this afternoon. And then our Lansing area storm, which is one of those cells ahead of the line that we are watching as well. Mainly at this time for quarter-size hail, which near the Diamonddale area, Whaley Drain, that's where we're indicating the best potential for large hail. In fact, we can do a storm slice actually of this storm. As you can see, it goes up to 30,000 feet or so, actually up towards 40,000 feet. And you can see the hail being lofted up in the pinks, the purples, pinks, and whites, being lofted up to around 25,000 feet. This is indicative of a rather intense updraft, and when it gets lofted up like that, that's how you get your larger hail potential with these powerful updrafts like that. So we'll go back out of that. Again, heaviest potential is now heading into South Lansing. So pretty much along and north of I-96 there, like M99, Miller Road area, up towards Jolly Road, over towards Washington Avenue, back towards Kreitz Road. That's where we're watching right now. I know there's so in heading into South Lansing is the best potential for hail up to quarter size in diameter. No tornado concerns at this time with this cell. So mainly large hail and maybe some sub-severe wind gusts as well. We'll take a general reset of the situation. We have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect across West Michigan this evening currently, just after 7 o'clock. We have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the Lansing area and also for Cass and Western St. Joseph counties. Abby on Facebook is asking how Kalamazoo look like. We'll zoom in to Kalamazoo. Right now, these storms are currently not severe, but they're still quite noisy thunderstorms with frequent lightning. And we're also still looking at some gusty wind, albeit sub-severe, and maybe some small hail potential. It's looking like it's on the doorstep of Kalamazoo. Things should start to pick up here over the next few minutes. Again, not currently severe, but nonetheless some gusty winds, some heavy rainfall, and frequent lightning as that continuous section of the line continues to move off to the east. So, again, just in general, these isolated cells out ahead of the line, we're mainly watching for hail potential at this point. Although we will have to watch and see if any of these do still rotate after what happened earlier in southwest lower Michigan with those several likely stronger end tornadoes. We'll have to see what the damage surveys look like, but likely stronger end based on what I've been seeing behind the scenes in terms of damage. But at this point, mainly once we get this line out of here, we'll have a little bit of a break. And we'll go over to composite real quick, actually. We'll have to watch these storms going on off to our west. We have tornado watches in effect for portions of Iowa, Missouri, Nebraska, Kansas, down into Missouri and back towards southeast Oklahoma and northeastern Texas. Is these storms off to our west that we'll have to watch for the potential of an overnight severe weather threat. I will say I'm not as concerned about the overnight threat as I am our current threat, but if we do see some severe weather, it will be mainly of probably the hail variety, although with the shear profiles in place, we still cannot fully rule out the potential of some more tornadic activity, albeit will not be like the tornadoes we've seen earlier. It'll be more of the brief spin-up variety. But even then, with the timing of that into the overnight and early Saturday morning hours, we'll start to lose any surface-based instability, which would generally turn it into more elevated storms and thus probably more of a hail threat than anything. But we'll be watching it nonetheless, and of course, if we need to, we'll be here covering it at that time as well. Timing for that, we did post a forecast graphic earlier on our social media platforms for when it comes to timing for those storms. And it looks like it'll generally start the second round once we get this round out of here, which should be by 11 p.m. It'll be out of here. Maybe a little earlier than that, but by 11 p.m. at the latest, this initial round of severe weather will be out of here. And then our second round of activity, we'll have to start watching for around 3 o'clock in the morning, and we'll be out of our area by around 9 a.m. for the overnight or in early Saturday morning round. Again, that round does not necessarily look as concerning due to the timing, but we'll be watching it nonetheless. But at this point, we're going to go back to our active severe thunderstorm warning. We'll start with the one in the Lansing area. Again, mainly South Lansing at this point, heading towards East Lansing. That is where the greatest potential for the large hail, up to quarter size in diameter. I'm going to take a look behind the scenes, see if we got any reports coming in. I do not see anything yet. But again, this is mainly a hail potential with this storm. And this is for quarter-size hail over South Lansing right now, eventually heading towards Michigan State University area, up towards East Lansing and Okemos, over towards Hazlitt as well. If you're in downtown Lansing north, it looks like the strongest portion of this particular storm is going to stay south of your current area, but do continue to remain inside, if nothing else, before the cloud ground lightning hazard. Let's go to velocity. It looks like our radar is not updating once again. We do have an alternative radar source we can go to again if we need to. So let me kind of address that real quick. So we'll go over to Gibson Ridge, go back to our other radar source. Just for a moment, we'll tell weather-wise updates again, hopefully momentarily. But we are watching this storm near the Lansing area for the potential of larger hail. Again, this is going to be South Lansing mainly at this point, up towards potentially downtown. And on our radar here, as you can see, you got the pinks, purples, and even into the whites. Especially once you get into the whites, that's where we need to talk about the potential for larger hail. Does look like, as a quick side note, they have updated our severe thunderstorm watch. Just a moment while they have issued an update to the severe thunderstorm watch. I believe it might have been the drop Allegan. Let me check behind the scenes real quick. Just a second, guys. Okay, if you're in Allegan and Van Buren counties, they have dropped the severe thunderstorm watch. Just as a heads up, they have dropped the severe thunderstorm watch for those of you in Allegan and Van Buren counties. So at this point, the severe weather threat, at least for this round, is over. We will be watching for additional severe weather potential, albeit lower end, but nonetheless some severe weather potential overnight. But this round, your severe weather threat is done. So, severe thunderstorm watch continues for Barry, Calhoun, Jackson, and the Kalamazoo counties, and also Barry and Cass, St. Joseph, Branch, and Hillsdale counties until 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. Excuse me, not 10 p.m. 11 p.m. So going back to our supercell storm here in the Lansing area, this is again primarily for large hail potential. I'll show you hail tracker. It's a little bit different color table on this one, but these pinks here, that's your hail, at least 1/2 inch in diameter, radar indicated, maybe up to 3/4 inch in diameter being indicated by Doppler radar. This might not necessarily be what's falling, but nonetheless some hail potential being indicated. We'll go back to reflectivity. Okay, so again, take a look at rotation real quick. It looks like we may have to watch some signs of maybe rotation, but also, if anything, some gustier winds near the Holt area, southeast Lansing, over towards East Lansing as well. Not immediately tornadic concerns, but something nonetheless we are watching. Our weather-wise to update again. So to refresh the source. So I'm going to transition us back to the other software that we're used to. There we go. Give me just a second, guys. Just doing some stuff on the fly here. Okay, there we go. Back on reflectivity. Alright. Looks like we're at, let me restart the software maybe. Could be high load with a more significant event off to our southwest. Pause it. Yeah, it's not working out too well right now. Just dealing with some technical issues. Trying to get. Give me just a second, guys. There we go. There we go. Get GR back up. We'll stick with GR for right now. So some of our transition graphics on the top may not work necessarily. We'll have to do that manually, but we'll do that so we can have working radar at the moment. So again, we're continuing to watch this cell in the Lansing area, passing Lansing now, heading into the Hazlitt, East Lansing areas towards Bath. For the continued potential, they have up to severe thunderstorm warning now, up to ping pong ball size hail. Ping pong ball size hail. Severe thunderstorm at 7:14 was located over East Lansing or near Lansing, moving to the northeast, I should say, at 50 miles per hour. So again, 50 mile per hour wind gusts are not necessarily as much as a concern, although sub-severe wind gusts are possible. But we are also watching mainly hail potential up to ping pong ball size hail now. So that's a little bit larger. That's the stuff. Once you start getting that high, that's when we get a little bit more concerned about damage from like roof damage, window damage, windshield damage, stuff like that. Vehicle damage. It looks like they let the warning in Cass and St. Joseph go. It looks like they did. Hold on. Some good news, they have let the warning for Cass and northwestern St. Joseph counties. They have let that warning expire. That was set to expire there around 7:15, I believe. Yep, that has expired. The storms which prompted the warning have weakened below severe limits and no longer pose an immediate threat to life or property. Therefore, the warning has been allowed to expire. However, a severe thunderstorm warning does remain in effect until 11 p.m. for southwestern Michigan. And to report severe weather, contact your nearest law enforcement agency. They will relay your report to the National Weather Service in northern Indiana. Also, feel free to report any severe weather reports you have to us. You can do so in the chat on the platform you're watching. We are live on Facebook. X, YouTube, and Twitch as well. We are live on those platforms, and yeah, so feel free to report that in chat. You can also go to our website at www.westmichiganweather.net/report. We have a report form that you can be linked to go fill those out to us, and we will pass those along to the National Weather Service as well. So at this point, our only active severe thunderstorm warning across the area is the Lansing area. In Eaton County, you have also been dropped from the warning, although you have some other storms moving in towards the Grand Ledge area. That velocities are starting to ramp up a little bit. It could also be looking higher up into the storm, but be aware at least some gusty winds in the 40, maybe 50 mile per hour range will be possible with these storms as they move east. So Grand Ledge, Eagle, over towards Charlotte and Potterville again. Just be aware for that potential. It's not severe at this point. We are watching it though. We're all also watching this non-severe, but potential for elevated winds as well with this line segment from Kalamazoo towards Vicksburg, back south into northwestern Cass County. They did let that warning for Cass and St. Joseph expire. I should say St. Joseph. But we are watching, maybe we'll check on that real quick. Okay, look at it closer, not as much. Okay, looked like some rotation on the upper mid-level scans, but it's not looking as significant at lower levels. We also have some stronger thunderstorms back in the southern Cass County as well, currently not severe, in southeastern Berrien County, excuse me. Not severe at this point, but we are watching maybe some small hail potential, pinks and even a white pixel there. That's just some signs of smaller hail potential, some elevated hail potential maybe north of the Edwardsburg area. So that's something we will be watching. But at this point, we continue with only one severe thunderstorm warning. We'll go back to it towards the Lansing area. Go back to reflectivity. There we go. So again, the heaviest part of this particular storm is in the Lansing area, back towards towards the East Lansing area, heading into Okemos and Hazlitt. If you are in the Bath area, That will be moving in shortly as this storm continues to lift off to the east and northeast. So we'll do another slice of the storm. I'm going to have to kind of try and get the window up here in just a second. There's our cross section of this storm. Let me move it so you can see it. There we go. Doing some stuff on the fly here. Well, if we do this cross section, you can see how the hail's still being lofted up to around 20,000 feet. The storm itself, oops, give me just a second. Let me redo the slice so it could look a little bit better for you. I will fix the display in just a second. There we go. As you can see here, it's lofted up to around 40,000 feet is the height of this storm. Again, still a sign of a fairly intense updraft. Let me fix the radar display again. There we go. Just some stuff we're having to do behind the scenes, guys. Since our normal radar software is not working at the moment. Let me go check on it again, though. I think we have WeatherWise back. Yes, we do. We do have WeatherWise back up for the moment, so I'm going to start transitioning it back towards that. Bear with me, guys. Some technical snafus. Par for the course here. RN. Okay, let me just fix the transform. There we go. Okay, back with you on the proper software. Sizing real quick, folks. Center. There we go. Okay, we are back with you on this software now. So again, we continue watching our one severe thunderstorm warning for mainly Ingham and southeastern Clinton counties, the northern portions of Ingham County, and the southeastern portions of Clinton County. That goes for the next half hour or so. Expires at 8 o'clock p.m. Again for ping pong ball size hail. We are watching a little bit of a hook trying to develop near the Okemos area. That could be a little bit of rotation. Maybe starting up near the Okemos area. We'll have to watch that closely. Nothing immediately tornadic to me, but nonetheless, maybe some rotation starting to develop near the East Lansing and Okemos areas we will have to watch. We do have a little bit of a hook starting to develop with this storm as well. So again, it's these cells out ahead of the line, although the line is in close proximity, will eventually cut it off. We'll eventually absorb the cell, kind of cut it off. That could also help generate a little bit more spin sometimes as well as they merge. So that's something we will have to watch in the short term. So just a heads up for East Lansing, Hazlitt. We are seeing some signs of rotation start to develop with this storm, and we will have to watch that in the short term. Other than that, we'll do actually a storm track now that we have that capability again. Give me just one moment. So we'll track it off to the northeast at around 50 miles per hour. That's going to put it, it's actually more, let me zoom in a little bit. Putting it in the grass. It'll be near the Rose Lake State Wildlife Area in the next few minutes. About 10 minutes, then it'll go into Shiawassee County for the most part. But if you are in the Bath Township area, just be aware of that. Potentially updating our warning again. Back down to quarter size hail, which is some good news as well. It's back down to quarter size hail. Still no tornado possible tag yet on it either. However, back at velocity, we are starting to potentially see some signs of rotation, which we will need to watch for as well. Nothing immediately tornadic. There's no tornado possible tag. We're watching it very closely. Besides that, let me put up our hail tracker. And again, still some large hail potential being indicated near the East Lansing and Hazlet areas. Not quite as intense down the quarter size from ping pong ball size, but nonetheless some larger hail potential still exists with this storm. And we are also starting to watch maybe some rotation trying to develop on it. So we get that little hook shape developing, and go back to velocity, and yeah, nothing immediately tornadic, but we are starting to see some rotation near the Okemos and Hazlet areas that we will need to watch. And just a heads up, this is outside of our area, but if you are in Shiawassee County, you are now in a severe thunderstorm warning as well. So areas like Perry, Bennington, Corunna, Owasso, Morris, Bancroft, Durand, New Norfolk, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning for quarter size hail as well. Besides our severe thunderstorm warning, we are still watching non-severe thunderstorms, currently non-severe, back towards DeWitt, Grand Ledge, Charlotte, and Clinton and Eaton counties. That will move east into the Lansing area shortly, moving through Grand Ledge as well. We'll take a look at velocity there. No severe thunderstorm warning, but definitely some signs of gusty winds with this activity. As you see the brighter reds approaching the kind of pinkish color heading towards through Grand Ledge, DeWitt, Potterville into Charlotte. It's probably 40 to 50 mile per hour winds at the very least. If it does get more intense, we will have to watch for maybe near severe criteria wind gusts. Severe criteria wind gusts is 58 miles per hour or higher. We're not seeing that at this point because although the colors are brighter, this is also a couple of thousand feet up from the radar. So what it's seeing at the radar is not necessarily reaching the ground at full speed, but definitely 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts seems plausible with this activity as it moves off to the east as well. We're also continuing to watch additional thunderstorms, currently non-severe, heading out of Kalamazoo County into Calhoun County, and then back through St. Joseph County. That will eventually be tracking through Branch, and then eventually into Hillsdale and Jackson counties again. We'll take a look. Oops, messed up the map. There we go. We'll take a look at this section in Battle Creek, Galesburg, Climax, over towards Battle Creek. Take a look at the velocity. Nothing imminently some severe, but definitely some gustier wind potential through the Battle Creek area over towards just north of the Athens area as well. Nothing imminent in terms of severe weather or tornado potential, but nonetheless something we are watching. We'll go further south now towards we're on the US 12 corridor. As you see, none of these storms are severe at this time. They're not looking particularly impressive either on velocity. So at this point, mainly just heavy rainmakers, maybe some gusty winds and small hail. No severe weather, although I am, at this time with this activity, there was a severe thunderstorm warning earlier for Cass and St. Joseph counties they have allowed to expire. However, I am starting to see some training of thunderstorms where we have thunderstorms move over the same area. I am starting to see that along and north of the US 12 corridor there, across southern Berrien into Cass and St. Joseph counties. We'll have to watch for potential flooding issues if that persists for a long enough time. At least minor flooding issues. I would not be surprised to see a flood advisory or something of that nature come out if that continues. So just something to be aware of. Niles, Edwardsburg, Constantine, Centerville, back towards New Buffalo. we are seeing some signs of some heavier rainfall that may persist for a little while. It's something we will have to continue to watch. So we're going to do a quick reset area wide. Our only severe thunderstorm warning for West Michigan at this point in time continues to be towards the Lansing area across northeastern Ingham County and southeastern Clinton County. That storm will be on its way out of the county here out of that area in the short order, and will be moving into Shiawassee County. That is outside of our coverage area. And again, take a look at velocity on that cell into Ingham County. We are still monitoring some signs of potential rotation near the Hazlet area. A new scan just came in. Take it east of Hazlet now towards the Ingham-Shiawassee County line. If you're south of I-69 on like Schumann Road, I believe, yep, Schumann Road, towards the Beard Road area, Lansing Road, down towards the Hazlet Road area, north of the Maidens Airport, up in that area, there's some weak rotation. Nothing immediately tornadic to me, not seeing anything like that. But just something we are going to be watching for over the next few minutes as it leaves the county over into Shiawassee County. Outside of that, though, again, we have no active severe, well, besides Clinton and Ingham County, we have no other active warnings. The rest of these storms are just heavy rainmakers with gusty winds, some small hail, and frequent cloud to ground lightning, but we are watching them in case one of them decides to act up a little bit more. We'll be continuing to watch them. Again, the severe thunderstorm watch does continue until 11 p.m. for Barry, Kalamazoo, Calhoun, and Jackson counties, and then Barry and Cass, St. Joseph, Branch, and Hillsdale counties. Those in our area are under severe thunderstorm watch until 11 p.m. So, of course, after we do drop off the warning for Clinton and Ingham counties, I'll stick around for a few more minutes, and if nothing goes severe, we will probably take a break so I can catch my breath, kind of reset the situation, look over the damage reports from the earlier storms. And of course, if we do have severe weather overnight, after this round is out of here, we'll be right back here at it. But at this point, besides a cell that is now starting to exit Ingham and Clinton counties into Shiawassee County, there's no active severe warnings. I am watching this section in particular near the Battle Creek area. It's starting to bow out a little bit. That could be a sign of some gustier winds. We'll take a look at velocity. Not super impressive, but definitely some signs of gustier winds there, especially south of Battle Creek. And then I'll be heading towards the Marshall, northern Calhoun County area. I will say this, there is this outflow boundary that is surging from the activity near Bellevue and Olivet. We have to watch when these storms interact with the outflow boundaries sometimes too, because that could enhance the shear in a localized area, and that's how you can get these storms to perk up a little bit. You get elevated damaging wind potential or even brief spin-up tornadoes along these outflow boundaries. I'm not seeing anything immediately suggesting that potential at this time, but something we will be watching in the short term as these storms continue to move into Calhoun County. But other than that, our severe thunderstorm warning does continue for the next 20 minutes across Clinton, southeastern Clinton, the far southeastern corner, and northern Ingham counties, mainly the East Lansing, Hazlet, Okemos areas. But I will say the strongest part of this storm will be moving out towards Shiawassee County here over the next few minutes. So, yeah, not much other than that going on. If you are in areas like Grand Rapids, Wyoming, Muskegon, Big Rapids, Mount Pleasant, Ludington, Reed City, if anyone from there is watching. There's nothing going on right now. All is quiet. And at least right now, you are obviously clear from this round of severe weather. We'll have to see what happens later this evening, overnight, and early tomorrow morning. But this point, for right now, you can rest easy. There's nothing going on there. You've been quiet so far, for the most part, this afternoon and evening. Let's see. It was the strongest part of this storm is now out of Ingham and Clinton counties, and now is into Shiawassee County. We are still watching. We're still going to stick with you until the warnings expired or canceled, and a few minutes after that, just in case one of these other storms perk up a little bit. I will say this, we are still indicating gusty winds heading into the Lansing area at this point. Not necessarily severe level, but probably 40, maybe 50 mile per hour winds on the high end. Potentially there over the Lansing area, south through Potterville, and then maybe Charlotte as well. And then we are also watching this section in Battle Creek in Calhoun County heading towards Marshall. Maybe some broad rotation there east of Battle Creek. Nothing that immediately yells tornado potential to me. But we have to watch these storms when they interact with the outflow boundary, which I am going to outline with my mouse. Here near the Olivet, marked over towards Eaton Rapids area. We have to watch these storms that interact with the outflow boundary. If they interact just right, you can get localized areas of spin that could spin something a little bit higher end up in terms of severity, whether that be high winds or a brief tornado. That's something that we're watching in the short term. But other than that, not seeing anything of immediate concern to me. So, alright. So, again, no updates on the severe thunderstorm warning yet, but at this point, just watching some strong storms, mainly across mainly now heading into southeastern portions of our coverage area, from roughly the Lansing area, down through Charlotte, down through Marshall, over towards the Centerville area, and then across the US 12 corridor from roughly Niles back towards White Pigeon, including the Edwardsburg area. None of these storms are severe at this point in time, but could still be producing heavy rainfall, in addition to the gusty winds, currently sub-severe, and maybe some small hail and frequent lightning. We are watching this portion towards Battle Creek again, though. I will say that the Northern Indiana radar is showing, again, this is elevated, may not necessarily be reaching the ground, but we are showing some higher winds maybe on the leading edge of this storm. In Calhoun County, we're indicating 50 to 60 plus velocities, but this is several thousand feet up, not necessarily reaching the ground, but nonetheless a little bit better, higher velocity there compared to the Grand Rapids radar. And it is also bowing a little bit there east of the Battle Creek area, so maybe some gustier winds with this line segment that will be continues to move off to the east, maybe a touch northeast, so that'll be in areas like Battle Creek, Marshall, eventually towards Bellevue and Olivet, Albion area with time, Springport. It's just some areas that we'll have to watch for this activity as it continues to move off to the east and northeast. But anyways, we continue with our severe thunderstorm warning for Ingham, excuse me. Been a long afternoon, folks, bear with me. Ingham and Clinton County, For the potential, still the potential of quarter-size hail, although I think the quarter-size hail is more in the Shiawassee County at this juncture. And I will be wondering to see if they go ahead and drop this warning or not. We'll have to see here in just a moment. We do have reports I will pass along. We have a broadcast media report and a public report of quarter-size hail in the Lansing area to pass along. This is from that storm that is now in Shiawassee County. Quarter-size hail was reported in the Lansing area. It'll be interesting to see if we get any others. I know the warning was up to ping pong ball size a little bit ago. But at this point, again, the strongest part of that storm is out of Ingham County, out of Clinton County. It's a Shiawassee County issue at this point in time. So, again, we're just sticking with you for a few more minutes. Let this warning expire and see what these other storms are going to do for a few more minutes. But depending on trends, I think we'll be able to hopefully hop off of here, at least for the short term. But we're not going to do that until these warnings are out. All warnings are out of here. So, and it looks like the Ingham County warning and Clinton County warning, that has now been canceled. That has just fallen off the board here on our radar system here. So that has been canceled. Yep, that severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled, at least for the moment. We have no active severe thunderstorm warnings across West Michigan after no severe warnings after 4.5 hours. So knock on wood, we don't get any more for a little while, and we can kind of reset for a little bit. But just a quick overview of the situation. We'll stay on for a few more minutes just in case before we decide to sign off. But we are continuing to watch. We'll do a regional reset. As you can see, we are continuing to watch showers and thunderstorms that are strong to severe, mainly across southeastern portions of our coverage area now. If you are northwest of, we'll say, Cassopolis to Vicksburg to Vermontville to St. John's to Ashley Line, you are in the clear from this round of storms. No more severe weather is expected. Now, it still might be raining in areas like Allegan, Dover, South Haven, but the severe weather threat is done. Kalamazoo as well. Yeah, it looks like they just updated this thunderstorm watch again. Let me see what exactly they did. Check Northern Indiana, maybe. Okay, they have. If you are in Berry and Kalamazoo counties, they have canceled the severe thunderstorm watch as well now. Berry and Kalamazoo counties have been canceled from the severe thunderstorm watch. It continues along the I-94 corridor for Calhoun and Jackson counties. You remain under a severe thunderstorm watch until 11 p.m. Although I think this line segment we are continuing to watch near the Marshall area. That will track out of the area probably in the next couple of hours. I suspect the watch will probably be canceled in this area before the 11 p.m. expiration. But as of right now, severe thunderstorm watch continues for Calhoun and Jackson counties, along with Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, Branch, and Hillsdale counties. Those all remain in a severe thunderstorm watch until 11 p.m. this evening. And the main thing we are watching, main storms we are watching, is this little segment moving across Calhoun County, east of Battle Creek now. Those do still remain inside for lightning. But the strongest part of that particular storm, albeit not severe, is out of the area, moving into the Marshall area, eventually towards the Marengo, Albion areas, and will eventually be moving towards Jackson over the next couple of hours. Again, nothing currently severe of this activity, but we are watching the potential for gusty winds, although I will mention we are maybe seeing some weak rotation west of the Marshall area near the Ceresco area. But let me check debris tracker. Not seeing anything definitive there, just noise. No indications of an active tornado on the ground, but some watching some weak rotation near the Marshall area. Talon is reporting a lot of hail between Battle Creek and Marshall. I would not doubt that. The potential for smaller hail. In fact, we could put on the hail tracker real quickly. Yeah, I could definitely see the indications of at least some small hail in that region. This scan's a little bit delayed on the hail tracker. Robbie says, I heard that tornado sirens are going off again in Union. I am not independently able to confirm that, but if that is true, there is no active tornado warnings in that area. I will clarify that right now. There is no active tornado warnings in that area. I know that with the tornadic activity earlier, I'm assuming by Union, I'm assuming you mean Union City. So, if that's the case, there's no active tornado warnings. There's no active severe thunderstorm warnings. It could be with the damage in the area. They're trying to signal people with storms in the area to seek shelter. But rest assured, as of right now, we have no active severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings in that area. So, again, the National Weather Service doesn't control the sirens. It's strictly a local municipality control thing. So, but again, no active tornado warnings at this time. So, look at that Marshall rotation again. Again, still broad, still not immediately tornadic, but if anything, we'll be watching that at least for the short term near the Marshall area. But at this point, for a couple more minutes, but depending on trends, I think we're going to be able to take a little bit of a break. Look, right radar. Yeah, so this point, guys, since we have no active severe thunderstorm warnings and we have been on for a while, we're probably gonna temporarily go off the air. We're probably gonna stop the stream here and kind of reset, get a breather, maybe go get something to eat, stuff like that. And of course, we'll still be here monitoring the storms behind the scene. And if we go off air and shortly after we get a severe thunderstorm warning, since I know there's still an active severe thunderstorm watch, we'll still be here. We'll be right back on air if the situation warrants. But at this point, we're probably going to reset and take a little bit of a break. Our thoughts are with everyone impacted by the severe weather this afternoon and evening, particularly in southwest Michigan. I know particularly in Cass, St. Joseph Branch, and portions of Calhoun County too. Our thoughts are with everybody down in that area. We unfortunately do have reports of fatalities. We hope that doesn't get too much more significant in terms of that. And we hope most people made it out okay. And hopefully we can get the recovery started in those areas such as Free Rivers. I know was hit pretty hard and towards the Union City area. And I know was hit pretty hard by those tornadic storms earlier this afternoon. But at this point, since we have no active severe thunderstorm warnings, we're gonna take a break, but we're still watching behind the scenes and we'll be right back with you if conditions warrant. This is Jacob Melton that has been live here with West Michigan Weather on behalf of Jonah Drake too. Thank you guys for tuning in, sticking with us this afternoon, and we'll still be here if conditions warrant.